Hi guys, how's it going? Today I am going to review a game called Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. It is the newest title from Owlcat Games, and the base game costs $50. It will be releasing on the 2nd of September. As always, with all of my first impression reviews, I'm gonna give you my running commentary throughout the video, and I'm gonna tell you whether I think the game is good or bad. I'm gonna basically highlight the good and bad stuff in the game. If you only want to hear what I think about the game, my final opinions of the game, then simply skip to the last 5 minutes or so of the video, and I will give you my final opinions of the game there, and I will tell you basically if, in my opinion, the game is worth $50 or not. So there's a couple of issues already before we even start playing the game. The game costs $50, which is a AAA price. Now, that's absolutely fine for a game if it is worth the money, if you can justify the cost. But there is also a season pass that they are releasing for the game that costs $20. It should cost $20. The price isn't available yet, but it's probably going to cost $20. Since I'm reviewing this game, the game isn't even available on Steam yet. I have to assume the price of the season pass. I know that the game costs $50, but the season pass I do not know the price of yet. But let's say it costs $20. That's $20 on top of the $50. Then there's another $20 that you can pay that they call the Commander Pack. Now this is where the issue comes in. I don't care about the season pass. That's okay if the developers don't release day one content, as long as there isn't any day one content hidden behind the season pass, then that's fine. But this Commander Pack they are releasing day one, and it features pay to win items. So if you pay $20 for this Commander Pack that you can get on Steam, you get a whole bunch of different items that your characters can wear, and these items actually give you stat boosts. So it's not just cosmetics, it's stat boosts. You get stuff like increased healing, more health, a whole bunch of different stuff you get from these items, and that is literally pay to win. You're paying $20 to get items which, firstly, nobody else will have if you don't pay that $20, and secondly, it will make your characters more powerful than any other characters that don't have that items, that didn't choose to pay the $20. So in my opinion, that's the first black mark against the game. I do not condone pay to win stuff, pay to win mechanics in games, and this game does have pay to win mechanics. So that's the first black mark against the game. I do not like the fact that it is pay to win. Secondly, everything is cool here, but the full screen borderless windowed mode does not work. I am using it right now. I'm right now in the full screen borderless windowed mode. As you can see, it is selected, but when I alt tab, my game is minimized. So clearly it is not full screen borderless windowed mode. So that's one thing. I, as a person who records game footage really need the full screen borderless windowed mode so that I can alt tab to look at chat or to check my recording software, to check the levels, the sound levels, all that kind of stuff. And if I am alt tabbing and the game is minimizing each time that I alt tab, that is simply not good. So that's the second black mark against the game before we even start playing. The fact that it does not have a working full screen borderless windowed mode. One good thing that I can definitely say about the game is the fact that it does have colorblind options. So that's always good. I'm not colorblind, but I do know a bunch of players, a bunch of streamers who are colorblind, and the game does have colorblind options. So that's pretty good. That's always good to have as many accessibility options as possible. That's very important to have your game be accessible to players with disabilities. So the game is obviously by Owlcat Games. By the way, I should mention they did give me pre-release access to the game, and I received the game for free. So obviously 95% of the games that I feature on my channel I received for free. You guys know that from the beginning. So they have released the previous game, Pathfinder Kingslayer or Kingmaker, something like that, Pathfinder Kingmaker. And that game has over 100 hours of playtime that you have to play before finishing the game. So they, or at least their previous games, are known to be very big games that you can play for over 100 hours. So it's like there's a lot of content. It's almost like Divinity Original Sin 2. There's a lot of content. So the fact that I am doing this video in the first impressions format doesn't really matter, because like with a lot of games it's obviously important to make sure that the game isn't just 5 hours or 4 hours or whatever, and then you're paying $50 for a 4-hour game, you know. That will absolutely not be the case with this game. You can be assured that for your $50 that the game is asking, you are going to be able to play 100 hours or more of the game. So the game is very expensive and very big. Like I say, it's basically like Divinity Original Sin 2, which is a game which I personally have played 300 hours on a single playthrough, not even multiple playthroughs, on a single playthrough. So with all of that being said, let's jump into the game. Blah blah blah. Send game statistics, no thank you. Main story, that is all that you can choose currently. Obviously, like I said, there will be DLCs and stuff that you can obviously select. There's no DLCs currently, and obviously day one DLCs are something which I frown upon. So I hope that they do not have day one DLC, because that would be yet another black mark against the game, in my opinion. So we're gonna choose main story, and then you can choose your difficulty. So there's a whole bunch of different difficulty options: story, casual, normal, daring, core. Core. Choosing this difficulty is not recommended for players not familiar with the Pathfinder system, as well as its implementation in this game. And then hard. Once again, you get the same warning, and then unfair. Once again, you get the same warning. So on unfair, it's your party takes 200% damage. The enemy difficulty enemies have their ability scores increased by 4, and their attack bonus and AC will be increased by 2. So the game uses the kind of Dungeons and Dragons system of ability checks and resistance checks and the AC system and all of that. Neverwinter also uses the same system. A lot of games uses that system. So you can see that a lot of the different stuff are disabled. All of the training wheels, I guess I could say, are disabled when you play on the higher difficulties. And then on the easiest difficulty, damage to party is only 20% of what it would normally be. Enemies are extremely weak, all of that kind of stuff. So you can also choose custom, which then obviously you can choose the different stuff that you want. We are gonna play on normal. Normal is the normal difficulty. That should be totally fine for this playthrough, at least the first playthrough. I just want to see the different options here. The party speed depends on the weight you're carrying. No, I don't like that. Enable character retain, yes. Only active companion receives experience, no. Only skill user receives skill check experience. Last Azlati mode, only one save slot is available in this mode. Okay, so that basically means that I'm not sure if it is this one, but if you die, then the save gets deleted. I know a lot of games do that, where your save gets deleted if you die. I know XCOM 2 does that. In XCOM 2 there's like an Iron Man mode where if you die your save is deleted. That's pretty punishing. And then there's also immersive mode. This mode disables almost all interface hints in combat, lines of attack, current enemy actions, cooldown timers. It shows your character's actions and enemies' health bars. So that will be pretty interesting. That will be like a additional layer of difficulty on top of the already difficult stuff, you know. But obviously, like I say, we're gonna play the game on normal. That should be absolutely fine for this playthrough. And then we can obviously create our characters. Now, the game is, like I said, a little bit like Divinity Original Sin 2. It's basically set in the same fantasy universe, I guess you could say. You have elves and mages and half elves and humans and gnomes and all of that different kind of stuff, and you can create your character. I don't know if you can create your entire party or if you can only create one character, but I do know that there is a party system in the game. So it's not a solo, you don't have only one character. There's a party system. So there's a bunch of pre-generated characters here, obviously with like pre-made lore, I guess I could say, and stuff like that. But I'm not a fan of that. I really like building my own character, you know? So we are going to do that. We're going to build our own character. I am not averse to spending an hour or more creating my character. So if you don't like simply watching someone create a character, then just look at the timestamps. I should, if I remember, to add timestamps to the video so that you can simply skip the skip to the appropriate timestamps if you want. So like I said, there's the previous game was Pathfinder Kingmaker. So these are obviously characters that they've quote unquote reused. They've reused the art from that game. So you can choose any of the portraits from the previous game if you like. So not only does it change your portrait, it also changes your character preview here, basically. You can also do a custom. How does that work? Oh, okay, so you can actually import your own thing. Like you can import your own art. That's pretty interesting. That you don't really see that in a lot of games, to be honest. You can do like a cat, fox person. I wonder if you can actually choose the race as a fox. Let's quickly have a look. Let's just choose a random person. Okay. Kitsune. Oh, so you can actually be a fox type class. That's pretty interesting. So that would actually kind of encourage me to select my race before selecting my portrait, because if I choose to be a kitsune, then obviously I'm not gonna want to have a portrait like this, for instance, because that would break my immersion, and we don't want to hurt the immersion, you understand. Immersion is very important to a lot of people. So let's have a look. Human, +2 to 1 ability score at creation. This character gets +2 bonus to an ability of their choice. That's not a very good passive in my opinion. Feat is ability a character has mastered. Feats often allow characters to circumvent rules or restrictions. So you get a feat and you get a skilled, I guess you could say, skill point. So you can choose one thing to be skilled and one thing to be a feat. Elves, so the human gets no stat bonuses, but they get +2 to an ability of their choice. The elf gets no passive bonus like the human does, but they get +2 dex, +2 int, and -2 constitution. And then they have a bunch of different race traits. The humans only have 2 race traits, the elves have quite a few. So various places and living conditions create sub-races differing from their peers. They gain unique racial traits in exchange for losing some of their usual ones. So I'm assuming you're able to select the racial heritage there. Yes, I can see there. You can choose basic, lightborn, or lore master if you choose an elf. So that's pretty interesting. Elven weapon familiarity. So similar to Baldur's Gate or a Neverwinter or any of those types of games, your character has a specialization, I guess I could say. So you can, in most cases, equip a two-handed mace, for instance, or a staff, but you will get a modifier applied to your attack rolls and your damage rolls with that weapon if you are not familiar with that weapon, if you don't have the prerequisites for that weapon. So this game uses the same system as Neverwinter and Baldur's Gate and all of those different games. Elves are immune to magic sleep effects and gain a +2 racial saving throw bonus against an enhancement or enchantment. I believe it's enchantment spells and effects. And then elven magic, elves that receive a +2 racial bonus to magic, basically. Keen senses, dwarves, elves, gnomes, half-elves, half-orcs, halflings, kitsune, and Oreads receive a +2 racial bonus on perception checks. Oh, so there's also Oreads, there's half-orcs, that's quite interesting. So that's an elf. Dwarfs get +2 constitution, +2 wisdom, and -2 charisma. Let's quickly read what the stats do, since stats sometimes have different modifiers. For instance, wisdom is very often good with a priest, but in other games, wisdom is more better with classes like a bard, for instance. So in this game, wisdom increases your will saving throws against spells and charm stuff, and then it increases your perception, your nature lore, and your religion lore skill checks. Clerics, druids, inquisitors, war priests, hunters, shamans, and rangers get some bonus spells based on their wisdom scores. The minimum wisdom score needed to cast their spell is 10 plus spells level. Okay. That doesn't tell me a whole lot, but okay, it's basically used for a couple of skill checks, and then it helps with spells a little bit. It helps with some spells, basically. Constitution obviously increases the hit points of your character when they level up, and it helps with saving throws related to fortitude and diseases and poison and similar stuff. Strength increases melee attack damage, damage rolls when using a thrown weapon, and your athletics skill. It also increases the maximum amount of weight that your character can carry. And then it also says most builds of fighters, barbarians, and cavaliers require high strength. Dexterity increases your ranged attack rolls with bows, crossbows, throwing axes, and many ranged spells like Scorching Ray. Armor class, which is AC, provided that current bonus is not limited by the armor's maximum dexterity bonus. Okay, so it increases your armor. It helps with reflex saving throws for avoiding fireballs and other attacks that you can escape by moving quickly. So it will not help with area of effect spells, obviously. And then it increases your trickery, mobility, and stealth skill checks. Trickery, mobility, and stealth. Trickery, I think, will be part of the lockpicking and pickpocketing stuff if the game has that stuff. The ability is vital for characters seeking to excel with ranged weapons such as bow. Most builds of rogues, slayers, hunters, monks, and rangers require high dexterity. Then we get to intelligence. Intelligence determines how well your character learns and reasons. Animal companion requires intelligence score 3 to gain access to new fates. Sorry, it's very late in the morning, so I'm a little bit sleepy. Here are examples where you apply your character's intelligence modifier. The number of skill points gained each level through your character, though your character always gets at least 1 skill point per level. It also helps with knowledge arcana and knowledge world checks. And alchemists, arcanists, witches, magi, wizards gain bonus spells based on their intelligence score. The minimum intelligence score needed to cast their spells is 10 plus the spell's level. And then charisma. Charisma measures a character's power and personality, personal magnetism, ability to lead, and appearance. Here are examples: persuasion, and use magic device skill checks, and then channel energy DCs for cleric and paladins attempting to harm undead foes. Bards, paladins, blood ragers, oracles, skalds, and sorceresses gain a number of bonus spells based on their charisma scores. So wisdom helps clerics and druids and stuff like that with spells. Charisma helps paladins and bards with spells. Intellect helps witches, alchemists, and wizards with spells. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. In some games, charisma does certain stuff. Like in some games, charisma only helps with speechcraft. But in this game, it helps with speechcraft and the different spells that certain classes like bards and paladins can cast. So that's pretty interesting. At least now we know what the stat system contributes. So let's continue reading on with the different classes. So a dwarf, slow and steady. Dwarves have a base speed of 20, but their speed is never modified by armor on or encumbrance. Stability. Dwarves gain a +4 racial bonus to their combat maneuver defense when resisting a bull rush or trip attempt while standing on the ground. Hardy. Dwarves gain a +2 racial bonus on saving throws against spells, poison, and spell-like abilities. Defensive. Dwarves and gnomes gain a +4 dodge bonus against monsters of the giant subtype. Hatred. Dwarves gain +1 bonus on attack rolls against the humanoid creatures of the orc and goblinoid subtype because of their special training against these hated foes. In senses, we know what that does. Dwarven weapon familiarity is battle axes, heavy picks, and warhammers. And treat any weapon with the word dwarven in its name as a martial weapon. And then a racial heritage. They will obviously get a basic or a barrow dwarf or unstoppable dwarf as their racial choices. Can actually have a look at it quickly. So this one gets +1 bonus on attack rolls and dodge. Okay, and this one you are an unusual exemplar of your race. You are a usual, not unusual, usual. So the basic one is just normal, whereas the unstoppable dwarf and the barrow dwarf gets some kind of a bonus. But it loses certain bonuses as well. So, for instance, the unstoppable dwarf loses keen senses, stability, and defensive training, but gains endurance and +1 racial bonus. So endurance is +2 bonus on athletics check and +4 bonus on fortitude saves. You may sleep in light or medium armor without becoming fatigued. So that's pretty interesting. You also can remove some of the racial traits that you get as a dwarf by choosing a different sub class or sub race from the normal one. That's pretty interesting. Then a gnome, +2 charisma, +2 constitution. That's weird that the gnome would get plus constitution. I mean, a gnome is supposed to have very little health, very little constitution. I would have more thought it would make sense for a gnome to get plus wisdom or plus dexterity, or maybe even plus intelligence. Like, for instance, in World of Warcraft, gnomes are smart. They have a lot of intellect. You get a lot of intellect if you're a gnome mage. So it's a little bit strange that they would get constitution, but okay. And then they get -2 strength, of course. So they have a hatred for reptilian humanoids. They have defensive training against giants. They have illusion resistance, gnome magic, obsessive. Gnomes receive +2 racial bonus on a knowledge world checks. Slow movement. They are obviously slower than normal races because they have short legs. That makes sense. And then they get a different racial heritages. That's pretty much it. Halflings are fearless, so they get bonus saving throws against fear. -2 strength, +2 dex, +2 charisma. Slow movement, sure-footed, gives them a bonus to athletics, keen senses. Halfling luck, it's a bonus on all saving throws. And racial heritage. Half-elf, +2 to 1 ability score, so that's the same as humans. And then they get elven immunities. Elves are immune to magic, sleep effects, and gain a +2 racial saving throw. That's fine. So the humans get feat and skilled, whereas the half-elf, half-human does not get feat and skilled. They get keen senses and that different stuff. There's also different racial heritages that you can choose with the elves, obviously, adaptability and stuff like that. Half-orc, well, the orc is pretty huge. So they get skilled, just like the humans get skilled. Then they get intimidating, which is persuasion checks. They get a bonus on persuasion checks. Orc weapon familiarity, which is great axes and falcons. Orc ferocity, when a half-orc is brought below 0 hit points but not killed, he can fight on for 1 more round as if disabled. At the end of his next turn, unless brought to above 0 hit points, he will immediately fall unconscious. That's pretty interesting. So you get one additional turn where you can basically continue fighting if you are knocked out before you actually become knocked out. Then there's Asimar. Asimars are humans with a significant amount of celestial or other good outsider blood in their ancestry. That's pretty interesting. So they're like celestials. They get heritage. Blah blah blah. I'm not sure what heritage actually does. Oh, you choose heritage over here. Okay, so the heritage allows you to choose a specific bonus over here. Okay. Light halo. As seers possess the ability to manifest halos, they can create a light centered on their head at will. While using halo, they gain a +2 circumstance bonus on saving throws against becoming blinded or dazzled. Okay. And then celestial resistance. Seers have acid resistance, cold resistance, and electricity resistance of 5. Then there's tieflings. They're like demons basically. Fiendish resistance, and then tiefling heritage. So you can choose heritage for tieflings. Wow, that's a lot of different heritages that you can choose for the tiefling. It's a lot of different customizations. Then there's an Oread. They have the same speed and resistance to movement changing effects as the dwarf has. Incenses, energy resistance, acid affinity, saving throws against acid descriptor spells. And then once again they have a heritage thing. Then there's Dampheers. They have negative energy affinity. Though a living creature, a Dampheer reacts to positive and negative energy as if they were undead. Positive energy harms them while negative energy heals them. So you need to remember that if you are going to heal the Dampheer character, because a normal healing like a holy light or a holy beam spell from a priest will actually damage the Dampheer instead of healing the Dampheer. And then a Dampheer takes no penalties from energy drain effects and undead resistance. Dampheers gain a +2 rifle bonus on saving throws against disease and mine affecting effects. And then there's also heritage that you can choose for the Dampheer. And then Kitsune. Kitsune magic +1 to saving throws against enhancement spells that they cast. Kitsune with a charisma score of 11 or higher gain the light spell-like ability to use 3 times per day. Then they are agile, which helps with mobility checks, and change shape. A Kitsune can assume the appearance of a specific single human form of the same sex. The Kitsune always takes the specific form when she uses the ability. The Kitsune in human form cannot use her bite attack. Changing shape is a standard action. So I don't understand really why you would want to change into a human form. I guess that will come into play when you want to seduce another human or something like that, perhaps. I don't know really, but okay. So those are all of the different classes, races, not classes. So you can choose your class here, and holy shit, there's a lot of classes. Holy balls! This is probably the most classes that I've ever seen in any game. So there's obviously the normal classes, Alchemist, Arcanist, Barbarian, Blood Rager, Cavalier, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Hunter, Inquisitor, Kineticist, Magus, Monk, Oracle, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Shaman, Skald, Slayer, Sorcerer, War Priest, Witch, and Wizard. And then there's also some that actually have a bunch of prerequisites, which is Aldori, Sword Lord, Student of War, Duelist, Mystic Theurge, Hell Knight, Signifier, Eldritch Knight, Dragon Disciple, Lore Master, Stalwart Defender, Assassin, Arcane Trickster, Hell Knight, and Winter Witch. Holy balls. This is a little bit intimidating. I mean, wow. You can really have a lot of different classes. I mean, at the end of the day, they're probably not going to be so much different. I mean, a sorceress is basically going to be the same as a wizard. You're going to be able to cast spells, fire spells, arcane spells, cold spells, you know. They're basically gonna be the same thing. You can see even their pre-made build balance over here between the sorcerer and the wizard is essentially exactly the same. So a lot of these classes will have very little variance between them, to be honest. Like for instance, if you take a Skald will basically be the same as a fighter. And a paladin, like there won't be a lot of difference between the melee classes in the game. And then there won't be a lot of difference between the spellcasting classes of the game. And the same with the ranged classes. I mean, an archer is going to be the same as a ranger, and a ranger is going to be the same as a hunter, you know, all of that different kind of stuff. So, yeah, there is a lot of variance and choices, but at the end of the day, they're probably gonna be more or less the same. But I do like the fact that there is that amount of different classes that you can select. It's intimidating, and in my opinion, being intimidated in a game, being intimidated by choice, is a very good thing in a role-playing game. It's like in Path of Exile, the first time that I played Path of Exile, I was extremely intimidated by the amount of choice with regard to the skills in that game. And that's very good. That's why Path of Exile is such a good game. There's so much choice in that game, and seemingly it's the same in this game. So we can just quickly go through the different basically summations of the different classes. So alchemists can throw bombs, they can use mutagens, which obviously increase their own stats, and then spell extracts, which is similar to casting spells, but instead they make potions, basically. So most extracts provide some kind of empowerment. So that's an alchemist. Basically, they make themselves and perhaps party members as well more powerful. Arcanist is basically a spellcaster. They cast a wide array of spells, which make them useful in a lot of different situations. Once again, an Arcanist is going to be extremely similar to a sorcerer. You can see there's not a lot of difference between their build balance, and the same with the wizard. Not a lot of difference, to be honest. There's not going to be a big difference between Arcanist and any of the other spellcasting classes. So they do arcane spells. That's basically the long and the short of it. Then you get a barbarian. They have barbarian rage, different rage powers, uncanny dodge, all that kind of stuff. Then there's a bard. Bards obviously buff your entire party usually. Blah blah blah. Performance most commonly help to power the allies, but also can control or weaken enemies. Yeah, so that's your general bard. Blood Rager is gonna be basically like a barbarian. Once again, we can see there not a lot of difference between the barbarian and the Blood Rager. Cavalier. Once again, not a huge difference between the Cavalier and the Blood Rager. It's basically a fighter. You're gonna have a little bit of variance here, and the Cavalier can have an animal companion, which is pretty interesting, but otherwise not a lot of difference. The same with the fighter. The fighter is going to be more or less the same, but I see that in this game they made the fighter be ranged as well. So the fighter, you can actually be a ranged fighter. So you should be able to choose a two-handed fighter, or you can become an armiger, which is a ranged fighter. So then there's also cleric. Cleric is obviously healing and spells and stuff like that. The cleric is basically like a priest. You can see there, Devil Bane priest. So a cleric is gonna heal your party and remove ailments from your party. A druid has nature bond, so they're obviously good with pets. And then they can summon pets as well. So that's your pretty basic druid. Hunter is obviously a ranged fighter. We can see there. That's your basic archer type ranged fighter. Inquisitor is a melee fighter combined with a ranged fighter, and they also have a little bit of magic. That's pretty interesting. They also do judgments. Geneticist is pretty much 100% a ranged fighter. So they do a whole bunch of different energy attacks and energy ranged fighting. Magus is a melee fighter with some magic. So they're like a battle mage almost. Like a battle mage basically empowers their own weapon and their own body to fight more efficiently in melee combat. So there's no ranged combat, it's exclusively a melee fighter. Then there's a monk. Monks usually are unarmed fighters, and they sometimes have a little bit of magic. So you can see here unarmed strike, key power, and wise warrior, which help with their armor class, and they gain bonuses to dodge and stuff like that. Oracle is support, so they can heal probably. A lot of times they will be able to heal. So you can see their herbalist. And purifier as well, so they will be able to heal and remove ailments, very similar to the cleric. And then there's paladin, so melee fighter. It's a heavily armored melee fighter, and they have a little bit of magic usually that they can use. Ranger is your typical ranged fighter, even though you can see there they also have a melee, or they can also use a pet. And then there's also some melee fighting, so they're not exclusively a ranged fighter, they can also be a melee fighter. Then there's a rogue. Obviously stealth attacking is what a rogue does, and it's a melee fighter most of the time. You sometimes do get rogues that can use bows or throwing knives and stuff like that as well. Then there's a shaman. They do hexes, and they can usually heal sometimes. So like a spirit warden will usually be able to heal. Witch doctor can also sometimes heal. Skald is a melee fighter that can also do some support. See there, some support as well. So they will probably be able to cast a little bit of spells. Then there's a slayer, which is a melee and a ranged fighter, and they can sneak attack as well. Sorcerer obviously is your typical lightning spells, fire spells, stuff like that. War priest is a melee fighter that can also do some magic. Witch is a spellcaster that can also do some support, and they can also summon a familiar. Then there's a wizard. Obviously we all know what a wizard is. Then there's Aldori. So all of these I think are like, how can I explain it, specialized classes. They're basically secondary classes or specialized classes. So I think these you will only be able to become a little bit later in the game. I don't believe that you will be able to choose these at the beginning, to be honest. I don't think you will be able to do that. But yeah, it will still be pretty cool to aim towards these classes. You can obviously aim towards being an assassin, but you need 5 stealth. So you will obviously take the rogue, and you will invest heavily in stealth, and then you can become a assassin. And assassins have poison use and stuff like that. So that these are basically, I think, specialized secondary classes that you can go towards later on in the game, you know. So now the question really is, which one of these do I want to be? Now, in a lot of games, and I think this will be one of those games, there isn't really anything like mana. So in most games like this, you will cast a spell, for instance, and the spell will... I'm tired. Will basically be on a cooldown. So if you cast a spell like a fireball, if you're a sorceress, this spell will go on a cooldown basically, and you will basically have to use other spells while that spell is on cooldown. So let's say you cast a fireball. That fireball spell you will most likely not be able to use for another couple of turns, like 3 turns or 4 turns. So I think that is how spellcasting is going to work in this game. Now, I personally don't like that. I don't like choosing spellcasting class in games where that is the type of mechanics that is used for spellcasting or spellcasters, because I'm the type of spellcaster who likes to specialize in a certain thing. So I will constantly be casting fireballs because I've invested all of my points into fireball casting, whereas in this game you can't do that. In games that have mana, you can usually do that. You can simply cast fireballs all the live long day until your mana runs out. But yeah, like I said, you will not be able to do that in this game, most likely. Most likely, the spellcasting system in this game is the cooldown type of spellcasting. And I'm not a huge fan of the cooldown type of spellcasting, to be honest. So I do like spellcasters quite a lot. Certainly more than ranged. Like, I usually don't take archers or hunters, usually. I'm not a fan of ranged combat that much with regards to ranged people, usually, because usually you have to buy arrows as well, arrows or ammunition, and that's simply another expenditure. Each time you fire an arrow or you shoot your gun, there's an expenditure of ammo, which I don't like. Whereas at least with being a spellcaster, there's no expenditure of ammo. You simply wait until you can use your spell again, you know. So that's one reason why I'm not a huge fan of a ranged combat, like with an archer or a ranger or a hunter or anything like that. So, but I'm not a fan of melee combat either, to be honest, unless you can close the gap between you and the enemies very quickly by doing some kind of a teleport or perhaps sneaking. Sneaking is also very good. But without that, I'm not usually a huge fan of melee combat all that much, to be honest. But okay, let me think a little bit. I'm not gonna record me literally sitting here and thinking, so because I probably am gonna think for 10 minutes or more on what class I actually want. So I'm gonna cut out the thinking process. So I'm gonna see you guys in just about 10 seconds or so, and I'm gonna cut out my decision-making process on which class I want to be. So see you guys in just a second. Okay, so here we go. I spent about 40 minutes designing my character, but I think I now have more or less the character that I want. So I chose a dwarf because a dwarf has a good amount of wisdom and constitution, so health and wisdom is always very good. Wisdom is good because I chose to be a cleric. Clerics use wisdom to determine the amount of spells that they have, and I didn't just choose a normal cleric, I chose a herald caller. So a herald caller summons beings, basically. So it is basically a summoner. So a herald caller cleric can still heal and do all of that good stuff. So it's a very strong support character. But the problem with clerics is they are not very competent in combat usually. So by taking Herald Caller, I am able to summon things to defend myself. And then, wouldn't you know it, you can heal those things. So I can literally heal the things that I summon. So that's a double whammy of being able to summon things and heal those things. Because, I mean, you can take a witch, or you can take a necromancer, like a wizard necromancer that can summon things, but you can't heal your own things. Whereas the cleric is able to summon things and then also heal those things. So I think that will work out pretty good. Then I took a dwarf, as I said. Wisdom +2 is good. And then I chose Acolyte as my background, because Acolyte makes it so that you don't need to use Charisma when attempting persuasion checks. You can use Wisdom. So I have a very large amount of Wisdom. You can see I only have 5 Charisma, but I have 17 Wisdom. So it literally makes it so that my 17 Wisdom now counts as 17 Charisma, which is basically giving me 12 Charisma points for free, which I think is really, really cool, since Charisma is literally only used for persuasion and magic device skill checks, which I'm not planning on using any magic device skill checks. So I'm literally gaining 12 points of charisma for free simply by choosing to be an acolyte for my background. So I think that's pretty cool. Gaining 12 charisma for free is excellent. And then my dwarf heritage, I simply chose basic. I could have chosen Barrow Dwarf or Unstoppable Dwarf, but you don't really gain any benefits from that, and in fact you lose keen senses, stability, and defensive training. So I'm not a fan of that. Then for my skills, I chose Arcana, Knowledge, World Knowledge, Lore, Religion. And then I did not want to choose Lore, Nature, or Persuasion, but I have 5 skill points, and you can only invest 1 skill point in every skill. You can't put, for instance, 2 skill points on World Knowledge or anything like that. So I was forced to then select Persuasion and Lore, Nature. Since you only gain 1 skill for that, you only gain 1 skill, whereas if you put it on these skills that have the V, then you gain 4 skills. So you see why I did not really want to put it on Lore, Nature, because you only gain 1 skill for it. And I didn't want to put it on Persuasion, because Persuasion is determined by Charisma, and since I have 5 Charisma, it's really not going to help me all that much. But anyway, so here unfortunately I lose a little bit of fine-tuning, I guess I could say, min-maxing as they say, but that's fine. Then as my feat, since you can choose a single feat, you can choose like a whole bunch of different stuff. I mean, look at this bar. There's a gigantic amount of stuff you can choose for feat. So, but you can only choose 1 at the beginning. So I chose Conjuration. Conjuration will make my monsters that I summon more powerful. So you can see, okay, well, it's not even telling me what Conjuration does, since it's literally showing me the spell focus. But Conjuration increases the quote-unquote power of any Conjuration school spells, and the summoning stuff, anything that you summon, falls under Conjuration. So that should be pretty good. Now, that is how far I was able to get my summoning skills. That's where the summoning benefits end, because none of the deities and none of the domains benefit summoning at all. So that's one thing that I think is a little bit lacking in the game. The game gives you so much choice, but then they don't cater to summoners, because none of the deities that you can choose benefit summoners. So I chose a healing deity, basically, to increase my healing. And none of the domains benefit summoners either. So unfortunately, I am more of a healer than I am a summoner, but that is simply because I have no alternative. So there's literally no alternative. I chose healing since I couldn't choose conjuration or summoning. So my summoning, my character is leaning more towards being a healer than what it is leaning towards being a summoner. But like I said, I chose all of the summoning specializations that I possibly could, and then the rest I had to invest into healing, because the game gives you no other options. So that is really my character. Then I just chose a lawful neutral. You can choose, depending on your deity and your domain, you can choose like lawful good or chaotic good or whatever. So it is determined by those two things. So I chose lawful neutral. And then my appearance, this is how my dwarf looks. Since I am a dwarf, I know my portrait is really more of a halfling, but that's neither here or there. So then I just customized my dwarf a little bit. I will say that the hairstyles are very much lacking. There's 7 hairstyles. So that's very much lacking in choice. The game gives you such an amazing amount of choice when it comes to your character customization with the skills. But then when it comes to your appearance customization, they give you very few customizations. So the game can certainly benefit from having more appearance-based customizations, since, in my opinion, it's severely lacking right now. And then there's a huge amount of different colors to choose from when it comes to the primary color and the secondary color of your clothes, for instance. But there's not that amount of choice when it comes to your hair or your skin. Even you can't make your skin like red or purple or anything like that. You can't even make your hair red or purple. Well, you can make it red, but not like a shocking red. You can't make it purple, you can't make it green, none of those funny colors, and that's weird. You can make your clothes and your war paint any color that you want, but not your hair or your skin. So I would have expected in a game like this that gives you a debilitating amount of choice when it comes to your class and your other stuff, to at least give you more choice with regard to hairstyle and that kind of stuff. So after that, you then choose your voice. You get a bunch of different voices.
Expected outcome. I feel faint.
And then you choose your name and your birth date, like your day and the month. And then you're pretty much done. Now, one thing that I don't like either is the fact that they only show you what spells you can learn, what spells the class will learn, or what spells your class will start with based on your stats, since the stats determine how many spells and what spells you can learn. You only get to see this at the very end. After you've gone through all of this, only then can you see what spells you are going to be able to use at the beginning. And that's very bad. I know that many other games like this that follow the same route of choosing your class, choosing your race, choosing your abilities, choosing your skills, they show you what skills your class has access to way before the end. Like when selecting your class, you're supposed to be able to see what spells you are getting. But in this game, you can't do that at all. Like if I go to the cleric, it doesn't show at all. Like if you look here, you can see your mythic abilities. Yes, that's fine, but you can't see the spells, the actual spells like healing and all of the stuff that they show you here at the very end.
I failed.
Like where are they? They're here at the bottom. Light, virtue, bane, cause fear, cure, light wounds, blaze. All of this stuff is spells, and you don't get to see that at all before you reach the very end. So that's very counterproductive. I would definitely have wanted this system to work differently, to rather just follow in the footsteps of other games like Divinity Original Sin, where they show you what spells you can use whilst selecting your class, not at the very bloody end of the character creation screen. So that's another issue that I have with the game. But okay, I think this should work pretty good. I hope that the summonings that you can do are relatively powerful. They should be at least like 10 HP. Since I have 12 HP, they should have at least 10 HP, in my opinion. If you're gonna summon things with 3 HP and 4 HP, then I would rather just restart and select another character, to be honest. Then this class is pretty much useless, and then I'm not gonna go with the summoning skills, you know? But this should work well, so let's click on complete and see what happens next. Okay, so then you start immediately going into the game. You jump straight into the game.
Hey, somebody! We got a wounded fighter. Can we get a healer over here?
My, would you look at this? But why would you drag a wounded fighter into the middle of the festival square? Couldn't she be carted off somewhere else like, oh, I don't know, an infirmary? Or an accommodating ditch?
Make room, everyone! Step back! Now, what's the matter? What happened to her? The wound looks demons, prelate. We found her barely alive outside the walls of Canabris. The walls, you say? Enemy doesn't usually stray so close to the city. Must fortify the defenses. And you, hold fast. Don't die. We'll see you right. We'll get you patched up now. But first, you there, guard. Take her weapons. Bearing arms is not permitted during the festival. Wounded or not, Everyone must abide by the rules. She can get her things back after the festival. O Inheritor, leader of our troops, the sharpened edge of our blades and the unyielding strength of our armor, Iomade, I beseech you, grant your mercy, heal her wounds. Hear, hear! That's the Crusader spirit. My powers are not enough here. Someone call for Terendelev. You there! Yes, you! Stop dithering and gawping and make yourself useful. Go and get Terendelev!
Prelate, surely there is somebody else here better suited to running errands.
I'll get her! Terendelev! Has anyone seen Terendelev?
Be quick about it before it's too late. Now, who are you? I don't remember seeing you before, and I have an excellent memory for faces. Just passing by? And how am I to know that you're not a demon spy? Or worse?
My dear prelate, please, for the sake of the festivities, stop interrogating this poor woman. She has been through enough already. Go on. I'll take care of her.
All right, as you wish. You are our protector, and a dragon at that, so I shall defer to your wisdom. But be on your guard. I've been informed she was wounded near Canabres. That means the demons are prowling just outside the walls. And the city is crawling with their spies. Others may be able to relax on this holiday, but not you or I. Not the defenders of the city.
Pry loose the grudging grip of pain. Cast off the veil of suffering flesh. Let light and life go forth in triumph to repel the skulking shade of death. There. You don't believe me? Perhaps I should retake my true form and engulf this square with my ice breath to win your trust. Pay no mind to my current guise. I appear this way when I walk among the people. I would hamper the festivities if I tried to attend in my true form. I do not know yet, and that troubles me. I am not entirely sure what the demons did to you. This wound is no ordinary injury, and it was inflicted by no ordinary weapon. I have rid you of your pain and restored your strength, but only time will allow you to heal fully. I accept your thanks, but my work is not yet done. Certainly, but be careful. I have managed to get you back on your feet, but I have not healed you fully. Alas, sooner or later, your pain will return. But do not be discouraged. You will recover, I promise you that. Tomorrow, come to the cathedral and say that you are expected by Terendelev, protector of Canabres. We will find a way to help you. But for now, put this out of your mind and enjoy the festival. They are all too rare in this time of war, and merriment is one of the best medicines.
Okay, so I can finally move around. So, you move around with left click, and you can also move around with right click, it seems. I don't know what the difference between left click and right click is, but I guess we will find out. You move up, down, left, right with W, A, S, and B, and then of course here are our different spells. Once again, like I said, I really think that it would be much better if you were able to see the spells that your character is going to get, or the abilities, in the character creation screen, not while you are in game or at the very end of the character creator. You should be able to much more clearly see the different spells and stuff that you are going to be able to use. So that's definitely a big critique that I have for the game. But okay, you can zoom in a little bit. That's the maximum amount that you can zoom in, and then that is the maximum amount that you can zoom out. So where should I go? This is the map view. If you press M, there's an encyclopedia that explains all of the different stuff. It seems pretty good that it covers all of the different stuff. There's even drop downs in the various different things explaining the different minutia of all of the different skills and status ailments and stuff like that. Day in the city. So blah blah blah. Sample special festival drink. Throw the dart at the target and hit the mannequin. Okay. There's all of my different spells and stuff, obviously. Why do I have so many spells here, but not so many spells on my toolbar? I need to figure that out. Meta magic, I'm not sure what meta magic is, but I'm assuming we will find that out later. Or we can simply have a look at the encyclopedia. Why not? Let's see. You can't do a search, unfortunately, but okay, magic, and then somewhere around here should be meta magic, I'm assuming. Even though I'm not seeing meta magic at all. I don't see meta magic anywhere. So yeah, that's my point. Like, you should be able to do a search with a game this expensive and an encyclopedia this expensive. You should be able to simply do a search, because now I'm searching for a simple term like meta magic, and yet I'm not finding it. So I'm either not finding it simply because I'm not looking in the right place, which isn't my fault, or it's simply not covered in the encyclopedia. So yeah, unfortunately, the encyclopedia is pretty useless right now, because I'm searching for something and I can't find it. I don't see it anywhere. So for all intents and purposes, the encyclopedia is useless, because I'm trying to look something up and I can't find it. But okay. Mythic Path, I can't click on that right now. Character. Here you can see all of your stats, abilities, martial, class, biography, and then inventory. Here is your equipment, your character screen basically, and there's obviously also an encumbrance level. And then I also have a bunch of scrolls, which I'm not going to be using a whole lot of scrolls. I wonder if you can learn the spells from a scroll. I would rather want to do that instead of having scrolls that are simply consumables, you know? But okay, let me first see. Why do I have so many spells here and not on my spell bar, on my toolbar? So I'm left clicking and right clicking here. But it's not doing anything. Okay, abilities. This allows your character to accept effects of Inspire Rage. That's fine. Acrobatics. I'm not gonna use that, I don't think. Rebuke Death is already there. Demoralize Persuasion. I don't think I'm gonna be using that all that much. Treat Affliction. Treat Affliction means to tend to a single diseased or poisoned character. Make a law religion check. If your check exceeds the DC of the affliction is removed. You can only treat each character once per day. I'm not a fan of that. Once per day system. Not a fan of that at all. Okay, B, that's usable items. I'm not going to be using them. And then S is the spell book. So, can I just drag these over here? Yes, I can. I don't know why they aren't on my spell bar from the beginning, but okay. So, Divine Zap. You unleash Divine Powers. Target takes 1d3 damage. Okay, that's not a lot of damage. Guidance. The spell imbues the subject with a touch of divine guidance. The creature gets a +1 competence bonus on a single attack roll, saving throw, or skill check. With a touch, you infuse a creature with a tiny surge. That's pretty much useless. Causes a touched party member to glow like a torch, shedding normal light in a 20-foot radius from the point touched. That might be useful if you get into a cave or something. You imbue the subject with magical energy that protects it from harm, granting a +1 resistance to saves. And dismiss spell, which I already have there. But like I said, why do I have so little spells on my spell bar? Okay, so that's Bless. I'm probably not going to be doing that, to be honest. Summon monster, I'm going to be doing a lot. Okay, I didn't want to do that. I clicked there and then I clicked there and it did the spell. Why did it do the spell? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. How do I put the summon monster? No suitable spell slots. Okay. And then this one. Cure light wounds, shield of faith. Blah blah blah. Magical field around the target that averts and deflects attacks. The spell grants the subject a +2 deflection bonus to AC with a additional +1 bonus for every 6 levels. Okay, so I want to put summon monster over there. How do I... Okay, I guess that works. And then cure light wounds over there. I don't know what this drop down is. Why is there this drop down? It doesn't make a lot of sense in my opinion. I don't understand it. But okay, I wasted one of my spells right now, and now I will probably have to sleep again before I can cast another spell. So I'm just gonna load so that I do not waste that one spell. So we're just gonna do this. Summon creature, heal, and then Divine Zap, which is damaging, and then lights. Okay, so that is how my spell bar should have started out with, to be honest, but okay. To move the camera, and then you can also rotate with Q and E. That's fine, thank you very much. I do notice that the damages in this game are very little. I mean, okay, the healing is good. 1d8 healing. That's very good. So I can almost heal myself full from 1 HP to full HP with one spell. That's very good. But damage 1d3. I mean, 1d3 is not a lot of damage. It's very little. I basically have to cast this Divine Zap on myself 4 times before I can kill myself, for instance. So either this is just a very weak spell, or I need to get some much more powerful spells somewhere down the line. So why are all of these spells, like Bane, Doom, Ray of Sickening, all of these spells, why aren't they on my spell bar? Do I need to, like, equip them first or something like that? Unbreakable Heart. Divine Favor obviously adds damage. Fire Belly. 5 resistance. 1d4 fire damage. That's pretty good. Each time you use this weapon, use this breath weapon, the remaining duration of the spell is reduced by 1 minute. Okay, well that doesn't seem too bad. Magic weapon gives you a +1 enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls. I'm not going to be attacking stuff, to be honest. Doom fills a single subject with feeling of aura dread that can cause it to become shaken. That's not too bad. Each affected creature takes a -1 penalty on attack rolls and -1 penalty on saving throws. That's not really that useful. Blah blah blah. Negative energy, that deals 1d8. That's very powerful. I mean, that's way more powerful than 1d3. Okay, so can we put it instead of Bless? Okay, we can. Okay, so I'm assuming then you have to equip your spells over here, and right now we can only equip 2 spells. I'm assuming that's how it works, because I don't really see any other way of being able to get our spells over to the spell bar. Any creature that strikes you is stunned for 1 round. That's pretty good. I think it's a little better than this thing. So I think we should put that there as well then. Can we put it there? Nope. So we will put that there. So yeah, it seems that you can only basically equip 2 spells at any one time, at least at the beginning. I don't know if I will get more spell slots eventually, but right now I can only do 2, which is pretty weak sauce if you ask me. Okay, now my Cure Light Wounds is gone. Why is it gone? I don't really completely understand. So if I want to go back now, for instance, let's say I want to take what was the one spell? I think it was where is it? Shield of Faith. That was the one spell, but now I can't use it, so unfortunately it seems even just the act of equipping a different spell automatically makes it so that you lose your spell. You basically have used that spell simply by unequipping it, which is pretty weak sauce, to be honest. I don't know why the game works like that, but okay, I guess that's life. So let's start playing the game then, actually. So I don't see any mini-map or anything like that. Okay, so if you press tab, then that happens. If you press alt, nothing happens. Control, nothing happens. And shift, nothing happens. You can actually pause the game when you want. That's pretty good. You can press spacebar to pause it. Turn-based mode. Yeah, well, obviously I want turn-based mode. Obviously I want that. Okay, so that's the map. Not super useful. Journal, spellbook, character. Okay, we have that. Inspect creature. Okay, to see what your party knows about the creature, press Y. Well, I clearly can't do it on any of these people. Well, I'm not seeing a minimap, so I'm assuming the game does not have a minimap. This is literally the only map that you have, which once again is a little bit weak sauce. I would definitely have wanted a game that actually has a minimap at least. But okay. Let's try the darts. And let's save as well. Let me check what save is. Quick save F5 and quick load F8. Okay, that's fine. So we will quick save. And we will try our hand at darts. You can interact with various objects such as doors and chests by right-clicking on them. Some special objects have an icon above them. You can press tab. Yes, I already know that. I figured that out on my own. Okay, so how does the darts work? Okay, well, apparently I don't have to do anything. Okay, so I did the darts. Wargus Gwern up here. Okay, well, Wargus Gwern doesn't want to talk to me, to be honest. Camellia doesn't want to talk to me. So Sail doesn't want to talk to me. Let's see what else there is to do. Avernia. Where is Avernia? Adran doesn't want to talk to me. Okay, there is Avenia. Okay, but she does want to talk to me. I would have liked it if you could see characters through the environment. Like, I mean, you can't see them, you know. It should fall away. Like, if I get closer, that should happen. But that character is actually a named character, and I wasn't able to see her until I rotated my camera. So that's another thing that I definitely think can be improved with the game. Okay, so I take a little bit of a drink. Okay, that wasn't good.
Crusader gods, behold Iomedae, you poor imposter. Your city will fall to me. Your followers will feed my hunger.
Okay, those things look powerful.
Discari, Lord of Locusts, leave my city!
Wow, she really is a dragon.
Feast begin.
And she just got what the fuck pooed.
Discari himself. Blimey! One minute we had a dragon, the next, bam, she was gone. What are you gonna do? Fight or flee? If fleeing's your plan, let me help you out. I've got a scroll here with a good protective spell.
Let's see.
Who knows? Everything's on fire, crashing down around our ears. Place is crawling with demons. Looks like a whole army attacked the city. We're sitting ducks! You must have got a good drubbing around the head, friend. Discari's a demon lord. The most fearsome enemy of all crusaders and all living things, come to think of it. Yeah, you have. You owe me your life. I'm the one who found you outside the walls and brought you inside to be healed. I see they patched you up. Good thing they did it before the attack, or else you'd have been done for. Sure thing. Here, take this. Best crossbow I've got. The person who made it said it could pierce the hide of a demon lord even. Good luck!
Okay, so I get a light crossbow.
A mortal gnat snaps its jaws at the Lord of Locusts. Behold, Iomedae. Behold the death I sow.
Okay, well, that's a very likely story. He left the earth, and I just so happened to stand exactly at the point where I fall backwards.
The silver dragon, Terendelev, the defender of Canabras, fell in battle. Hardly surprising, as she had to fight the demon lord Discari himself. He willed the land to part and swallow all who dared to stand in his way. But the war was still far from over.
Okay, so I am apparently undamaged from the fall, and I'm literally the only person who fell into the hole.
Let us be careful.
So I got a crossbow. I guess I should equip it. Even though I don't have any ranged, like I don't have any bolts or nothing like that. Unless the game actually doesn't use bolts, that would actually be exceptional. That would almost make me want to re-roll a character, because like I said at the beginning, I don't like ranged characters in these types of games, because 95% of the time you have to have bolts, and you're literally shooting money away each time that you use the crossbow or the bow.
Oh, holy mother of... Hey, stay with me. You actually got pretty lucky. You fell down into a black hole. But at least you're not on your own. You've got a great companion. Everything's going to be just fine. Tell me something. Can you feel your legs?
I feel them all right. Wouldn't say no to a little less feeling in them. My ankle's killing me, but my back seems to still be in one piece. My head, too.
That's all that matters. Now, we're going to... Hey! Fancy meeting you down here. You're the one that Terendelev healed today, right? You aren't injured, are you? Will you help me get her out from under the boulders?
So, yeah, skill checks. Frequently you will have to make a skill check during dialogue. Here, for example, we are trying to help Sela fetch a Nevia from beneath the rubble. The result of such checks determines how events subsequently pan out. Such a check is usually performed by the character with the highest bonus in the appropriate skill. So I can do all of these. I'm not really sure what the difference would be between them. Well, I can do athletics, I guess. Oh no, -1 athletics, holy shit. I'm definitely not gonna be able to do that. Probably the best choice here is diplomacy 12, because I have +8 diplomacy. That gets me the closest to the amount that I would want. Shows the best character, yeah, that's fine, but this is evil. I don't know if I would want to do the evil option. So let's go with a knowledge world, since I have +7 on that. Okay, and it succeeded. Blah blah blah. If you failed the check, Sela would have had to act alone, so she would become fatigued and incur temporary penalty some of her abilities. So we succeeded with a check, that's good. I definitely think that I would have lost the athletics check, since I have -1 athletics, so I would have had to roll the dice very high simply in order to get that +12 athletics check that was required. But since I had +7 world check, I only needed to roll a +5 in order to reach the +12, since 5 + 7 equals 12, so I only needed to roll a 5.
Look at you! It's good to meet someone who uses brains first and brawn second.
Damn it all. I think it's broken. Oh well, I've had worse. I'll just make myself a splint out of something. Thanks for the help. I wouldn't have lasted long on my own stuck under there. I'm a Nevia Tirabade, of the Eagle Watch. I was overseeing security at the festival square. I thought maybe spies or demon worshippers might have something nasty planned. What actually happened, though, Now that I did not see coming. I don't think anyone could have been prepared for that.
Well, I'm Sela, paladin by the grace of Iomade. I crossed the whole continent to come to Mendev and fight demons. And well, I've been fighting for a while now. I don't even want to think what might be happening up there in the city. Canabres has lost the protection of Terendelev, and of the Wardstone too, looks like. It's a relic without equal. It was placed here personally by Iomede's herald, with the goddess's blessing. I really wanted to go see it, to pray before it. But there's no point worrying about a stone when there are people dying in the streets.
Yeah, things are looking grim enough, but don't lose heart. Wardstone or no, dragon or no, Canabres will never give in. Simple as. Well, we've introduced ourselves. What about you?
Let's see. Let's say I am a scholar.
Didn't you pick a great spot to do your research? I know what you scholar types are like. When it comes to your intellectual curiosity, you just don't see danger. And in the World Wound, we got more danger than anywhere else.
You should be glad we still got scholars who want to come here to study our enemies, and not just stay home to count the spots on butterflies. Now then, I'll hobble my way out of here somehow. The city ain't far, only 30 paces or so. That's if you're going straight up, of course. I'm afraid we're gonna have to go the long way round.
To summarize, there are 3 of us, with 5 working legs, 3 pairs of decent hands, 2 clear heads, and 1 made of wood. That's mine. Underground monsters beware! Anevia, you stay behind us. You're in no fit state to fight. If we do come up against anything, the 2 of us will try to manage on our own first. Well, onward! May the good deities lead us back to the open sky soon.
Okay, so they joined my party, obviously. Or at least one of them did. Blah blah blah, several characters. That's fine. I've played games like this previously, so obviously I'm not too unfamiliar with the party system. I want to make my people as closely bundled together as possible. Let's check out her equipment. So yeah, she's a melee paladin. It's fine. Wow, that's a lot of loot. An insane amount of loot, to be honest. Suspicious amount of loot, because, I mean, obviously all of that was placed there in order to give you a quote-unquote jump start, so that at the beginning, if you're a rogue, then you can choose the dagger. If you're a fighter, you can choose the light mace. If you're a berserker, you can choose the flail or the longsword or anything like that. So yeah, obviously all of this stuff was placed there so that you can equip your character basically the way that you want. Obviously later on you're not gonna find 7 weapons in a single chest. It's a little bit immersion breaking, but I guess it's not the end of the world. That's a nice shield, but I don't use shields, but I can give one to my paladin friend over here. I don't see a way to compare. I'm pressing Shift, Alt, Control. Nothing is allowing me to compare the shield. Oh, it's a usable item. Fasting time. You restore life to deceased party member. Oh, okay. I thought it might be like a shield or something. Okay, that's interesting.
Who's there?
Okay, I'm not gonna read all of that.
Relax, friend. We're not demons or cultists. Don't poke my eye out with that thing, all right? We fell down here during the attack. I'm Sela, that's Anevia, and this is our new friend. We're looking for a way back to the surface.
Really? I'm so ever glad to hear it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Camellia. I was also in the square when... I can scarcely believe it. How did all those demons get into the city? I thought, naively it now seems, that the Wardstone protected us from attack. And Terendelev, I can't wrap my head around it. I can't argue with that. We're fortunate to be alive, albeit underground.
Discari himself has come to Canabras. There's no mistaking that ugly mug. Terendelev tried to fight him, but what could she do against a near deity? Even the Wardstone was no help. Our city used to be protected by powerful forces, but now...
We've seen how powerless they truly are. Henceforth, we shall have no one but ourselves to rely on, I suppose. Who am I? Just an ordinary citizen who decided to take a stroll through the square on the day of the festival. But that's not what you wish to know, is it? You most likely wish to know whether I'll be a burden should you ask me to join your group. No need to worry about that. I can assure you that I am skilled with a rapier, and I also possess some knowledge of magic. I don't know. He must have been in the square when disaster struck. I tried to revive him, but he was already dead, sadly.
He didn't get these wounds from the fall. Be on your guard. Whatever killed him likely hasn't gone far.
Hang on. I think I know him. His name's Aravashniel, the egghead from the library. He was a good lad, even if he was kind of stuck up. May his soul rest in peace.
Certainly. Survivors should stick together. It's only sensible. Who knows what else could be prowling about in these caves? That's right. It would be the height of foolishness to survive a demon attack only to perish under a pile of rubble.
Let's see if this poor bloke has anything useful on him. Not to sound like a heartless brigand or nothing, but we kinda need all the supplies we can get right now.
Using abilities, Companion Camellia has the ability Cure Light Wounds. Yeah, well, I have that ability as well. To use it, click the Companion Camellia's portrait, click the icon with the spell Cure Light Wounds in the action bar, click the Companion blah blah blah. Yes, that's all very self-explanatory if you've played these types of games before. Let's loot him. We get a dagger. Fighting. I do have a spell. First is to cast light spell on character walking in front. The second is to give one of the characters a ever burning torch to carry. Let's cast light. Okay, there's a thing. I didn't want to enter combat right now, but okay. When combat begins, the game is paused. Blah blah. To pause or unpause, that's fine. Space to switch between turn-based and real-time. Press T. I've already done that. Enemies are highlighted. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Okay, we know all of that already. Is the enemy already dead? Did it already die or what? Because I'm not even seeing it here at the top. It attacked my Paladin, but I think my paladin killed it, so I'm assuming we're done for now. End turn. Where is it? It died, didn't it? Oh, there another one comes. Oh, and two of them. Fortunately, they can't move that far and attack as well. So let's shoot him with the thing, and I missed. Then we have this one. What's her attack? Oh, I can attack again. Okay. Okay, so I used my attack already. Now I can move. So there's a move phase and an attack phase. That's pretty interesting. So let's just move away a little bit. And then end turn. And he's dead, and he's dead. Wow, this guy does not play around with a bow, obviously. He's not even in my party. Okay. Did I get experience for that? Oh, I gained 4 experience, okay. I do get a little bit of experience when someone who is not myself kills the enemies. Get another scale. There's another enemy. Let's see if I can do a sneak attack on him. So let's stealth. And then attack.
Be careful, everyone.
Turn-based mode, blah blah blah. Initiative check, that's fine. Yeah, all of the stuff is fine. I understand that. If you initiate combat with an opponent who is unaware of your presence, your party gets an advantage of a surprise round. During this round, your characters can take a limited number of actions while the opponent cannot act. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. A character can move 5 feet without triggering the enemy's attack of opportunity. A character cannot take a 5 feet step and make a regular movement in the same amount. I understand that. Can you attack? No, you can't. Can I just wait my turn, maybe? Yeah, let's just wait for now. Let's move away a slight little bit, then wait. Okay, you the same, move away a little bit and then wait. Okay. So how do you do the 5 feet move? Because I don't want him to get a attack of opportunity on me, obviously. So I hope that I'm not gonna do the move more than 5 feet now. And he does get an attack of opportunity. How the hell did he get an attack of opportunity on me? Okay, let's attack him.
Forwards.
And he's dead. And we get 18 experience. So one thing that I am not happy with is, like I said at the beginning, I was kind of hoping that this game would be the mana type of spellcasting, not this bullshit where I am literally a spellcaster and yet I can't cast any of my spells. I can't cast that, any of my damaging spells, all of it. I have to rest. I literally have to rest before being able to cast a spell again. So I'm assuming well, I can't even rest here. So literally through this entire cave, I'm not going to be able to rest at all. So that's very disappointing, to be honest. I mean, what's the point of even being a spellcaster in this game where you can't rest in certain locations, which means you can't cast your spells that you've already used? I just think the whole spell system is a little bit archaic, to be honest. I much prefer the spell system in a game like Divinity Original Sin 2, where it's a mana-based system and you can cast any spells that you want as much as you want, as long as you have the required mana. So, to be honest with you, I am going to re-roll my character. I'm not happy with this character. I can't cast any of my spells. Literally, I only have that spell, that spell, that spell. Well, that's not even a spell. And this spell. So I have 3 spells. Out of all of my spells, I can only cast 3 spells out of all of these spells. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous. I can't even heal my character. Like, I want to heal this one, but I can't because my healing is on cooldown. You can see the cure, and I can't do it. So, to be honest, spellcasting is pretty fucking useless in this game, in my opinion. So, I'm gonna pause, and then I'm gonna restart and create another character. So for you guys, it will seem like just a couple of seconds, but I'm gonna spend probably another 40 minutes creating a new character because, like I said, I'm not happy with this character at all. Okay, guys, so I think I'm pretty much done with creating my character. So there's just one thing I want to show you guys. I saw, like, you guys remember that I said that you can't see the spells that you are going to be able to use until the very end of the character created. We've already established that, but I did see that you can at least see the abilities. So you can't see your spells, but you can at least see your abilities that you are going to be able to use, more or less, like the passive abilities for the most part, by clicking here at the bottom on details when you are selecting your class. So you can see the abilities, but not the spells. One thing that I want to show you guys is the fact that there's some abilities, like here I am on the Inquisitor and Faith Hunter I have selected, and like there's some abilities like these that don't show anything. Literally, it says at level 10, level 14 and level 18 I will gain an ability, but it doesn't show you what it is. Like literally, it doesn't show anything whatsoever. So there are a couple of classes that I found that are like this. Like, why is it like this? I don't understand. Maybe the devs just forgot to put the descriptions on these, but I mean, that would be pretty shoddy, to be honest. I mean, you can't have descriptors when you are choosing a class that don't show anything. I mean, perhaps I would have wanted to take this class and then I would have no idea what abilities I would be gaining from selecting this class. So that's pretty shoddy to be honest. That's another black mark against the game, in my opinion. But anyway, I think I am going to go for Inquisitor class. So we take the Inquisitor class, and we take the Judge subclass. So we are a Judge Inquisitor. There you can see the basic breakdown of the base class for Inquisitor. It's a melee ranged specializing character, and they have judgments, and they can do Bane weapon, which isn't really very useful in my opinion, and solo tactics, which is okay, but judgments is the really good thing that I'm after. And then this subclass specifically, none of these other subclasses have it, but this subclass specifically has this one ability called Judgment Aura. Now that allows you to spread your judgment to any of your nearby allies within 30 feet. So 30 feet is a pretty substantial aura range, to be honest. So any judgment that you have active at one moment, and I will show you what the judgment is in just a second, that judgment will be spread to all allies within 30 feet. So that's pretty impressive. It's basically an aura. And if I can show you what the judgment is, I believe around here somewhere. Here we go. So you get different judgments. You get a destruction judgment, which basically gives you more damage. Healing judgment, which heals you each and every turn. A justice judgment, which seemingly once again basically gives you more attack. Piercing, which pierces, obviously, it's pretty self-explanatory. Protection, which gives bonus armor class. Purity, which gives you bonus saving throws. And resistance, which gives you energy resistance against all elements. So pretty useful, to be honest. If you are gonna go against a bunch of spellcasters, then you can use the resistance or the protection judgment. If you're low on health, you can use the healing judgment. If you want to do more damage, you can use the justice, the piercing, or the destruction judgment. So you get the general idea. And you can also get this everlasting judgment. I see now that says you can now use judgments any number of times per day. So the judgments are like spells, basically, where you can only use them once per day or once you have rested, which is obviously the reason why I abandoned my previous character, because I mean, that's pretty fucking useless in my opinion. You cast one fireball and then you have to go rest, and you can only rest in certain locations. That's a little bit ridiculous, to be honest. So this works on the same way, but my entire class isn't dependent on spells. You know, my entire class isn't going to be dependent on this. And in addition to that, you get additional judgment uses at the 4th level, and then every 3 levels after that. So you will be able to use the judgment multiple times per day as soon as you reach level 7, for instance. On level 7, you will be able to use the judgment 3 times per day, for instance. And then once I unlock the everlasting judgment, then obviously I won't have to worry about the limitation anymore. Then I can have any of these judgments active at any one time. And in addition to that, because I am the judge subclass, I will be able to use the judgment aura, which will spread any judgment that I have currently active to my entire party, which I think will be pretty dope. So I am going to go with this class. I can quickly give you guys a run through. So I am a Judge Inquisitor. I am a dwarf, the same type of dwarf that I was previously, plus wisdom minus charisma. I chose Acolyte once again, which gives me makes my wisdom count towards my persuasion instead of my charisma count towards my persuasion. Then I made my charisma very low, basically the same as what I did with my previous character. The rest of my stats are pretty high. Skills, this character has a whole bunch of specialized skills. All of them are specialized skills, meaning if I add or remove one of these, then I get the full benefit instead of what I had with my previous character, where not all of my perks got the full benefit. With this character, all of them get the full benefit. So I chose lore, nature, lore, religion, perception, persuasion, and trickery. It was pretty difficult deciding, to be honest, because I also would have liked to have athletics and mobility and knowledge world and knowledge arcana to be specialized as well, but I believe you can get more of these points later on. So later on down the line, I will be able to specialize in athletics, mobility, and all of the other stuff that I want to specialize in. But currently I'm specializing in these 5 skills, trickery, and then those 4. So that's my skills. Then for my feat, I chose point blank shot because I'm going to be a ranged character. Point blank shot unlocks a whole bunch of other very impressive ranged skills as well. Snapshot, precise shot, improved snapshot, improved precise shot, cluster shots, stuff like that. Obviously, since I'm going to be a ranged character. And then, well, I'm not exclusively a ranged character since this class can do ranged combat and melee combat, but I'm going to be mostly a ranged character. And then I chose the Erastal deity because you get your favorite weapon is a longbow, and you also get an animal companion, which I think is pretty cool. So over here I chose animal domain, and that gives me an animal companion. There are a couple of relatively good domains as well that you can choose from, but to be honest, none of them are really super useful in my opinion. So I would rather go for the animal one. I just want to read here: demon strength or strength domain. As a standard action, you can touch a creature to give it strength, blah 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 blah. No, that's fine. I think I won't take that one. I'm pretty happy with the animal domain, since that will allow me to speak and befriend animals with ease. And then as well, you get an animal companion, which I think will help quite a lot, especially since I'm a ranged character. Then you can select 2 spells. I chose a defensive spell and the healing spell. And then my alignment is lawful good. I can actually also choose lawful neutral. Perhaps I will rather take lawful neutral, to be honest. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then my appearance is that. So one thing that I noticed, which is, to be honest, another black mark against the game, is the fact that the game uses 90% of my graphics card. Literally 90%. While I'm in the screen, I mean, what the hell is being rendered in the screen? Like, nothing is being rendered. This is literally like fucking nothing is being rendered in the screen, yet 90% of my 1070 GTX graphics card is being utilized in this screen alone. I can show you guys quickly. So look at this shit. 90% over there, 99%, basically 100% of my GPU is being utilized. And I have a 1070 GTX, which is an 8GB card. It's not a bad card. It can run Cyberpunk 2077, no problems, all of that. And in the fucking menu, in the character creation menu, where literally nothing is being rendered, it is using 100% of my GPU, which is just astonishing, to be honest. It's amazing. And then you can see here my CPU as well. I have I believe it's a Ryzen 5 360, so it's a pretty good CPU, and you can see most of my cores are constantly around 70% usage. So it's pretty ridiculous, to be honest. I have no idea how 100% of my GPU, look at that, 100% of my GPU is being utilized in the fucking menu. I mean, in the screen, nothing is being rendered. I don't understand it. Like, this is static art. It's static. All of this is static. There's no moving graphics stuff required, nothing like that. And 100% of my GPU is being utilized. I do not understand it. But okay. Anyway, I will see you guys in a couple of seconds back in the game where we left off. Okay, so now we are back where I was with the previous character. I just killed the fly, the giant fly, if you guys remember, after we killed the centipedes back there. So we are exactly back where we were, and to you guys it only seemed like a couple of seconds. The dwarf character, I obviously made a dwarf inquisitor. I simply changed the dwarf inquisitor for an orc inquisitor. So the reason why I took the dwarf is because the dwarf has -2 charisma, which benefited me. It basically gives me 2 additional stats that I can invest in any of my other attributes, but I really didn't get much of any other benefit from being a dwarf except the 2 additional stat points. So I looked at the orc, and it turns out the orc has a really cool ability. I think I might be able to show it to you here. Yes, so the orc by default is skilled, so they gain 1 additional skill per level. So skills are, can I show you my skills? These are my skills. So an orc gains 1 additional skill per level, but there is an orc subspecies, like the subspecies of the orc, where you gain an additional skill. So the orc, this specific subspecies of half orc, gains 2 additional skills per level, which is pretty considerable if you consider that you're gonna level up 10 or 15 or however many times. I mean, by level 15, that will mean that I have gained 30 additional skills. So I will have 30 additional skills here by level 15. And I mean, I think you would agree, 30 skills over here is more of a benefit than simply having 2 additional attributes over here. So this species of half-orc will give me much more benefit in the late game especially than what the dwarf does. But otherwise than that, I'm exactly the same character. I'm still the law inquisitor, the judge inquisitor with the judgment aura that I am looking for, and I am still able to summon an animal companion. So I'm still exactly the same as what I showed you guys, except now I'm a half orc simply because I gain more benefit from skills and stuff like that later on. Let's see, I can go left or right seemingly. One thing that I should note is the fact that I feel like the game should be able to be zoomed out even more. This amount of zooming out is not a lot, to be honest. If you think about Divinity Original Sin 2, you can zoom out quite a lot in that game. In this game, honestly, you can't zoom out enough. I would really have wanted to be able to zoom out much more than this amount that you can zoom out, you know? It's simply not enough in my opinion. Okay, why can't I move? What's going on? Okay, there, now I can move for some reason. I literally clicked, but I just couldn't move. I don't understand why. So we will just wait for that guy to come closer.
Oh, wait.
Hey, here comes another one. And it dies. This girl with a bow does some real fucking damage. Okay, so I can go this way still. I don't want to reach the exit yet. Okay, it's a dead end. That's good. That's what we want. We don't want to go to the exit right now. We want to loot all of the possible stuff that we can loot before going to the exit. So I got a bunch of stuff, a light mace, bracers of armor. We can certainly equip that. Warning, non-stacking bonuses. Okay, non-stacking bonuses. So this grants a bonus that conflicts with that one. I'm assuming that's what they're saying. But this one also says non-stacking bonuses. And if I equip it on this one, will it say the same? Yep, still non-stacking bonus. So I'm assuming I can't get around that. I will just have to equip it and ignore the non-stacking bonus.
How cute! The world is full of wonder. Your time is saved. The last one for me.
Okay, one shot and it's dead. That's good. I did 13 damage to that fly. Hey, here it comes.
You are today's sacrifice.
Miss.
For their hearts. You offend me.
Miss.
Stand down.
The Inheritor, guide my
Miss.
blade.
And hit. That was like 5 misses in a row. Pretty crazy.
So exciting.
It really quite irritates me that I'm this close. I don't like being this close. It just feels weird. It feels claustrophobic.
They will not expect
I
me.
really would have wanted to be able to zoom out more.
I wonder. Is there trouble? Away, you rascal!
We are the light. They
Okay, we hit it for 8 damage. Miss. And it's a hit.
I'll cut you wide open.
And it's a hit. 1 damage. Holy shit.
into the fray.
And 10 damage. That's unfortunately one of the side effects of playing a D20 system. You sometimes do a lot of damage and other times you do no damage. It's all depending on the rolls that you get. Obviously it says the rolls there at the bottom right. But yeah, like I say, it's pretty irritating. People say that a game like XCOM 2, for instance, has a lot of RNG, but they have no idea. They've clearly never played a D20 system game, because the D20 system is even more RNG than XCOM 2 could ever be.
Be here somewhere. When to look?
Lan, did you find it? Who is that?
The do-gooders here to save our mongrel souls, no doubt. Wait, they might know what's going on up there.
Tieflings are the descendants of people who sullied themselves by mating with demons. Our ancestors would never sink that low. We are the Underground Crusaders, the children of the Crusade's finest.
Sadly, Underground Crusaders is a bit of a mouthful, so people usually just call us mongrels.
You just love repeating that, don't you, Lan? Mongrels. That's what the Uplanders call us. But we call ourselves Neathers.
No matter what you call us, it's not gonna stop our horns, hooves, or tails from growing.
In Canabras, they're called mongrels. People say that they come up to the surface at night and eat anyone foolish enough to wander alone after midnight. To tell you the truth, I thought you guys were just a tale to tell kids at night.
That's human gratitude for you. Our forefathers suffered the consequences of demonic corruption, all to protect Mendev and Golarion. And for what? So we could become monsters used to frighten children.
Every mongrel has their own take on it. Our chief, for example, thinks of us as something like a reserve military force. He thinks we're standing by until the moment we're needed, and when we emerge on the surface and save the day, all the people will see how good we are, and they'll love us for it. Yeah, he leaves that last part out when he talks about it, of course, but it's easy enough to read between the lines. This is the hall where we remember the glory of our forebears. Sorry about the mess. It doesn't usually look like this, trust me. Sometimes we even wipe the dust off the exhibits.
This is where the relics of the first Crusaders are displayed. Our lives are short. Our glories are quickly forgotten. But This place helps us to remember that we are just as worthy as anyone else, and that our lives are not lived in vain.
The first Crusaders? You've been down here that long? That's crazy.
That's none of your bit.
We're looking for a holy sword. It was here, in the center, sticking out of a rock. The sooner we find it, the better. Some kids from our tribe took off for the shield maze. They figured it had collapsed, and now it's their time to go up to the surface, like all the legends foretold. Except they don't have a clue what's waiting for them up there. They're not fighters. And Saul, the chief of our tribe, is dead set against it. He says that now isn't the time for the underground crusaders to take up arms. If we get the holy sword, we might be able to change the chief's mind.
It's a fool's errand. None of us will be able to hold the sword, let alone use it to save anyone. It's not an ordinary weapon. It's made from righteous heavenly flame, and will burn anyone who touches it. Do you think you're special, Lan?
I'll pick it up with my teeth and tie it to my hand if I have to. It doesn't matter. An angel's sword and a troop of stalwart mongrels will be able to work a minor miracle. Speaking of which, you're still here, Wendu, which means that deep down, you know it's possible.
Yes, there are other ways up, but they are far from here, and after the earthquakes, there's a good chance they've collapsed. But the maze... There's a legend among our people that when the walls of the maze fall, that will be a signal for us, the underground crusaders, that the time has come to go up to the surface and fight the demons in the final confrontation. Until then, the people say the maze is shielding us from taking rash actions. I'm the only one in our whole tribe to have been in the maze. And even I don't know if it's true. But the further I went in the maze, the fresher the air became. That means that it really must lead to the surface.
When the ceiling and walls started shaking, the young ones in our tribe lost their heads. They figured the maze was going to collapse, so it was time to go up to the surface. They grabbed whatever weapons were on hand and ran off toward the maze. They think the maze is no longer a danger to them. They've been listening to Wendwog too much.
Don't try to blame this on me. Yes, I told them that our people are capable of making our way through the maze. In the future. But I always told them to wait until I had made a map of all the maze's dangers. I warned them 100 times. But it was no use. My words just went in one ear and out the other.
I have to say, I quite like all of this dialogue. Like, there's so many of these types of games, like the old Neverwinter games, and even some of the Baldur's Gate games, where there's no voiced lines. You literally have to read everything. And personally, I'm not a fan of reading. It's much better, in my opinion, to have voiced lines. You can much more kind of live yourself into the story, you know, you can get much more engrossed into the story than when you have to read like walls and walls of text, you know. It's a little bit intimidating when you see characters just spitting out walls of text as they just have done. I mean, look at all of this text. Imagine you had to read all of this. That would have been pretty intimidating, to be honest. And a lot of people will just like not play a game where you have to read that amount of text. So I quite like the fact that everything is voiced. I really like that. It's another reason why I liked Divinity Original Sin 2 so much, because the whole game is voiced. It has a great story, a really good story. That's really well written and really well voiced. And so far, the voicing in this game is pretty good. I wouldn't say it's exceptional. I haven't heard anything exceptional so far, but obviously we're not even an hour into the story of the game, and it's pretty good so far. So that's certainly one good thing. I like all of the voiced lines so far, and I like the fact that the game is voiced.
It came here with its owner a long time ago. 50,000 gongs to be precise.
70 years ago, in Uplander time.
50,000 gongs ago, our forebears found a dead angel here, along with the bodies of his comrades. The tribe gave them a dignified burial, and they were laid to rest with their weapons. But the flaming angelic sword was stuck in a rock, and no one was able to pull it out. It burned to the touch, like real fire. So the rock was placed over the angel's grave. It should be here somewhere.
Maybe the angel will dig himself out and find the sword for us. That might be our best shot in this chaos.
Lan, watch your tongue.
I can only assume that I am going to be able to find the sword and then perhaps use the sword against that demon locust dude or something like that, you know. I mean, that's always how these stories go, you know. They're sending two people to search for this ancient sword of justice, you know, death and destruction sword that can save the universe. And then I'm just happen to be the person that gets the sword on literally the same day that the city was attacked. So we're gonna see if that's gonna happen, because I can already predict that's how most games usually go.
If things are as bad as you say, then we all have to hurry.
You didn't come from the direction of the shield maze. Damn it. I couldn't care less about what's happening on the surface, but the maze.
I realize that you guys have your own troubles, but we need to be in Canabres. People are dying up there. Please, show us the way out.
Thanks. An extra pair of eyes can only help. The sword will be easy enough to spot. It looks, swordy. Help us, and in return, we'll get you out of here.
Now we're talking. Let's get to work. It's a good thing we all bumped into each other, isn't it?
What, you want to find the sword quickly so the underground monsters bring you back to the surface? So be it.
One thing that I personally don't like, that I just noticed there, is if you select certain dialogue choices, then the conversation simply ends. A lot of games use indicators. So it will show one of the lines in red, for instance, or something like that. And then you know, okay, if I selected that dialogue line, then the dialogue will end, you know? Because I like listening to them, and I did a good job of selecting the lines that don't end the dialogue, but then I happened to select one line that ends the dialogue, and now I can't listen to any of the other dialogue options which I haven't explored yet. There were still 3 or 4 different dialogue lines which I haven't explored yet, but just because I happened to select the quote-unquote incorrect dialogue line, the dialogue simply ended. So I'm not a fan of that. I really think they could have done the dialogue system better, to the point where, like I say, you get an indicator of which dialogue lines will end the conversation. Some interactive objects aren't easy to find. Moving past such an object, every character automatically makes a perception skill check. If the check is successful, the object is found. Yeah, my perception is pretty high. On my main character, at least. I don't know about my other characters. Let's quickly have a look here. What's the perception? +10 perception. +1, +5. Yeah, so my character's perception is exceptionally high. So my character should not have any problem discovering the object.
Uh-huh. Easy.
And I did a successful lore religion check on that thing. Not bad. You get a little bit experience out of that.
There's something over there. Hey, have a look. There's something over there. How cute. Hey, have a look. There's something over there.
Just like I said, we find the Sword of Death and Destruction. And now we're gonna save the world. Okay, now I have to read all of this. A strange flash pierces the gloom, and LFP feels drops of searing blood run down her chest. The wound healed by Terendelev reopens and weeps scarlet, but there is no pain or weakness. A hazy scene appears in a cave chamber. This one or another one entirely. Alipy's heartbeat quickens and a stream of thoughts suddenly bursts into her mind, thoughts that clearly belong to another. Treachery, they betrayed me, trapped me and stabbed me in my back. My trusted allies, my treasured friends, the people I swore to protect, the people for whom I descended from heaven and came to this turbulent mortal world. There they are up ahead in the gloom of the cave. What are they waiting for? Are they afraid to draw any closer? Do they believe I am about to die from treacherous blows? Next to me, a quiet moan. A girl with a golden braid lies on the rocks, clutching her slashed side. She refuses to join with the traitors and paid dearly for it. I could have tried to run, but I will not, whilst I still have strength. I must, while recognizing the foreign origins of these thoughts, LFP intuits that she can control them somehow. Let's try to heal the girl. Okay, that's another gigantic amount of text, which I do not want to read. Is determined to fight off the illusion. LFP knows that how to resist malign influence such as this, no matter its origin. Blah blah blah. So do I want to fight off the illusion? Let's not fight off the illusion. Let's continue. Oh no. Let's fight off the illusion, since these skill checks will give me experience. So let's do that. And it's successful, and I gain 22 experience. Blah 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 blah. I'm not gonna read all of that. If you guys want to read it, you can simply pause the video and read it. Blah blah blah. You will kill me, monster, this I know, but one day someone will come here and raise up my sword. They will raise it up and punish evildoers and traitors. We can do that. Blah blah blah.
Hey, are you all right? You were kinda glowing just now.
That was it. The light of heaven. But how?
What did you do with it? Where did it go?
Yeah, so just like I told you guys, it's pretty, I guess I could say, stereotypical for games to go this way. Literally on the day that you are somehow found out in a field, injured and healed, and on the day that the dragon dies, and on the day that you fall into a fucking abyss, you just so happen to find the sword that can, like, that they've been looking for 70 years, and like it's all so fucking like impossible that it is going to be possible in the game. Obviously, that is the direction that the developers wanted to go. All of this impossibility, all of this stuff happening on the same day, and you just so happen to be the person who finds this fucking thing. It's like super impossible, but in the game, it somehow seems pretty possible. Like it seems normal almost.
L'Ariel? That really was L'Ariel? The angel from the legends. The ancestors even got his name right on the gravestone. The chief will be thrilled.
You. Thousands of gongs and no one's been able to touch it, and now you, an ordinary creature of flesh and blood no different to us, get the sword and start talking about visions.
Yeah, that's my exact fucking thoughts. 70 years that they've been looking for the sword, and I'm the motherfucker who finds it. Like, what are the chances? It's so implausible that it's bound to happen in this game.
Now, Wendoag, don't be a sore loser. She is clearly different from us. The sword appeared before her, along with the angel's name and all that other stuff. Because she doesn't carry our mongrel taint. Heaven doesn't give a damn how special we are. We're born with evil inside us. Heaven doesn't need to know any more than that. I know you're willing to tear anyone apart to uphold our people's honor, but you and Sol, you just refuse to face the truth. We are the way we are because our ancestors' bodies were corrupted by the Abyss. It does the same thing to plants and animals. There's nothing heroic or special about it. It doesn't make us better, and it doesn't make us worthier.
Okay, so it requires angel mythic path and reveal the light of heaven. I'm assuming I can do that, but I want to hear more dialogue, so let's go with this one.
It's only us here. Your group, you, me, Wendu, and the light of heaven that sort of got, sucked into you? Any chance you can whip it out again? We do kinda need it. Sorry, I crack jokes when I get nervous. And when I'm upset. And when I'm happy. Anyway, what I said, it came out wrong. We need to bring you to Chief Sol. You can show everyone the light of heaven, we'll rally the tribe and go into the maze, and we'll get back our kin.
And what if she can't make it happen a second time? What then? The tribe will just say we're crazy and turn its back on us.
Yeah, I literally like 60 seconds ago in this game touched the sword or whatever, and now all of a sudden I can control it. Like, what are the chances of that? You just encountered this otherworldly light, and then 60 seconds later you can control it.
That is just... wow, I mean, that's amazing! Heaven has truly blessed you.
This power is the most majestic thing I've ever seen in all my life. Is this what the sun is like, Lan?
Yeah, I guess these people have never seen the sun even.
Yes, it's similar. But this light is more... golden? Chief Sol needs to see this. Now that we have the power of angels on our side, he can't say no. He'll have to assemble a troop to storm the maze. You Uplanders care about your kids, right? Help us save ours. Without them, we won't survive. And then, the perils of the maze won't be so bad if we go together. We'll make our way through it and find the way to Canabras. Let's go. We'll take the short route. Well, the only route, really. Can't hide from me.
No, what is that?
Oh, now I have 5 people in my party. Let's just see if I didn't maybe miss something.
So exciting!
I don't think I missed anything.
Thanks, Lan. You're so awesome, Lan.
Okay, rolling dice. Most of the game's mechanics are based on blah blah blah. Trying to get over the rubble. Your character line got the result 25. This is the sum of the dice roll, which was 18. And various modifiers such as the mobility skill. The check difficulty was 12. Okay, well, I completely understand that. So when you do a check like that, where you require 12, and like, does only your highest party member roll, or does your entire party roll? That's something that I would be interested in knowing. Like, literally, does only one roll or all of them roll? Okay, let's go stealth.
But I'll try.
And then let's see. So this one is a ranged character. Yes, with a bow. And then this one is also a bow. So that's great. I now have 3 bow characters. That's great. You can never have enough bow characters. So I'm gonna tear this mother apart from a distance. And then just keep my melee characters around here to defend.
No time for idling.
I'm all ears.
None of them have sneak attack, so I will just basically attack normally. Since only certain classes have sneak attack. Rogues and I think Slayers have sneak attack.
Your time is over.
Tear your throat out.
Okay, 1 damage.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Okay, fucking, what was that? 16 damage. I mean, holy balls. 16 damage. And it's not, it doesn't come down to actual stats or anything like that. I mean, what was the one? Lan. Okay, so Lan did 16 damage. Now, let's have a look at my skills, okay? Where are they? There. 15 dexterity compared to Lan's 17 dexterity. So do you really want to tell me that simply because Lan has 2 more dexterity than what I have, he fucking does like in 1,500% more than me. I mean, that's pretty fucking insane, you know. He is an archer. He is an archer character, but I'm also an archer character. I mean, I showed you guys the Zen diagram kind of a thing at the beginning, where it shows this character, the what is it? The law judge, whatever. What kind of character am I again? I forgot. Inquisitor. The Inquisitor is a melee character and a ranged character. So it's fucking ridiculous that I do 1 damage and he does 16. But it really only comes down to the dice rolls. Oh, for fuck's sake, there's another one. Now, why does he get to attack first? I go attack him. Miss. That's gonna be an attack of opportunity, I think. Unfortunately. Let's see. I don't think I can move. Let's see. Okay, good.
You offend me.
Okay, miss. Seven damage, 9 damage. That's good. Okay, so fortunately the spider didn't manage to do any damage to me. Because obviously I don't want to take any damage. I want to avoid damage as much as possible. I do like the fact that you can quick save so quickly, you know, like some games actually take some time quick saving, but in this game it's literally instant. You can just press F5 or quick save whenever you want to. So here's another mobility check. I wonder, will my entire party get across it or not? Let's have a look what is in this direction. Okay, there's another
Now you see me.
thing, another enemy.
Stand down.
You'll make a fine.
Okay, 2 damage. That's my melee character.
You won't revive me.
19 damage, holy balls. Okay, that thing is gonna take a attack of opportunity against me.
I'll rip you apart.
3 damage.
Endure this.
2 damage. Okay, that's fine.
The spirits demand your blood.
Okay, that's good. Blah blah blah. Yes, I understand all of that. Okay, so it seems there's still a bunch of stuff in that direction, so let's see what we can get over here.
A mongrel did it.
Okay, so I got through that.
Do not fear! Do not waver!
Make every strike count.
Miss and miss.
They'll beg me to stop.
5. Let's do a charge.
Did I mess up again?
Okay, apparently I can't charge after I've moved.
Away, you rascal!
And I miss. Okay, he's dead. Okay.
I found
With grace?
something.
Yeah, I think that's all.
Quiet steps. Weapons ready.
Hey,
They will break against our resolve.
Actually saw me in stealth. That's not good. Can't I attack him? I guess not. Okay, well I will just I can attack that one for some reason, but not this one. Why is that? Literally, I can attack that one, not this one. Why? Let's move closer and have a look. Look at that, I can't select that one. Why? Okay, well I can attack that one, let's do that. 5 damage.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Miss and miss.
your time is over.
Miss. Let's move away slightly. Miss. 7.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Okay, he's dead, that's good. Miss, that's good. That means I took very little damage this battle.
Go for their hearts!
You won't survive me.
Okay, that's not too bad. I think I took 1 damage from that single hit in that battle. That's not too bad. So far my party is doing pretty good. Obviously I want to minimize damage as much as possible because I only have like 1, I think maybe 2 healing spells, and that will be able to heal like 20 damage in total. So it's not a whole lot. Certainly not enough to heal an entire party actually. Okay, so aren't you going to voice? Where's the voice lines? Listen here, I don't know who you are or where you come from, but you and I are the only two people who see things clearly. That's why I'm asking you, don't show the light of heaven to Sol. Don't you want to save the lost kids in the maze? Okay, now once again the voiced lines are not present. Don't tell me that only certain parts of the game are voiced and other parts are not voiced. That would not impress me at all. Okay, so she just offered to lead me through the maze if I do not show the light to the chief. So I'm assuming from what she said that if I do show the light to the chief, then she will not accompany me. I'm assuming that's what she said. Okay, is there anything else to do around here? I don't think so. I guess we can leave this location then. Okay, once again, there's no voiced lines. So it seems indeed, unfortunately, just a short while after I was complimenting the game on the fact that it is voiced, it turns out it is not fully voiced. So I'm not a fan of that. Dialogue options are restricted by mythic paths. Throughout the game, you will occasionally encounter colored options marked as associated with a specific mythic path. These are dialogue branches that embody the spirit of a particular manifestation of mythic powers. In the earlier stages of the game, these options must be selected in order to gain the opportunity to set out on the corresponding mythic path. Once your mythic path is set, unique alternatives inaccessible to other mythic paths will become available to you. Okay. Blah blah blah. So yeah, she's now warning me to not show the light. Is there someone else from the surface here? Lawful requires blah blah blah. Land speaks the truth, so I can choose to show the light, or I can be chaotic and choose to say that Lan is lying, basically. And then I will help you find the lost mongrels in the maze, but you can quit hoping for a magical sword to appear. Let me ask, is there someone else from the surface here? Blah blah blah. And I am going to choose to show the light. I mean, why wouldn't I? I don't think that it will, quote unquote, lock me on the angel mythic path. I mean, I should be able to unlock other mythic paths down the line. I don't think it will be like such a restrictive thing whereby if I choose to go down the angel mythic path right now, that I won't be able to unlock other mythic paths later on or anything like that, you know? When do guesses at you, these fishermen and these hunters, these husks of men and women, their blood will be on your hands. We have the blessing of the angels, we will survive. I'm not responsible for the decisions of others. Well, yes, I'm not responsible for the decision of others. And she called me a murderer. Blah, blah, blah. And I leveled up. Okay. So you click there. And then... what? I don't understand. What am I actually doing? What's happening? Okay, let's go to skills. So like I said, you get 2 extra skills because I'm this orc. So that's pretty awesome. Let's just increase my all of my stuff to rank 1 at least. Blah blah blah. Avoid random encounters on the map. Move past enemies without noticing. I will put 1 on all of these, simply so that I can actually have them. I'm not going to put on use magic device, since I don't think I'm going to be using magic devices, to be honest. So now I have 1 on everything. That's good. And then I can basically continue with oh, it actually shows you here which like how much skills the other party members have in that particular skill. So that's actually pretty cool. I certainly like that. So none of them have knowledge arcana, so I can perhaps invest a little bit in that, even though it's not going to help me too much in combat, to be honest. Stuff like nature will help. Perception is good, persuasion is obviously good. I can perhaps add a little bit to persuasion. It seems you can only put one per level, or one skill point per level. I'm not a fan of that. They shouldn't be restricting you where you can and can't apply certain skills. I'm not a fan of that at all. Okay, that's fine. And then I can choose an additional spell. Even though there's not a lot of spells that I would want to choose, to be honest. The spells of the Inquisitor is pretty useless, to be honest. There's not a lot of stuff to choose from. I think we can take command. That seems like a pretty useful spell, since you can command enemies to fall to the ground, for instance. I think that will be pretty good. Okay, I still have those, that's fine. And then I still don't understand why it says 2 over here. Like, can I select another class? Is that what you're telling me? Now it says 1. So can I actually select another class? It seems you can, but how the hell will that work? So I can be Inquisitor and I can be other stuff as well. How will that work? I don't really understand. Like, will I then gain 5 HP per level? In addition to that 5 HP per level, will I then get 10 HP per level? And will I get all of these skills? I mean, what then stops you from simply selecting all of the different classes eventually, instead of just concentrating on a single class? What stops you from doing that? Because, I mean, look at that. Now I'm only gonna get 5 HP per level. Whereas if I'm rendering it correctly, if you go into additional classes, then you get 5 HP per level multiple times. So I don't completely understand that, but okay. It seems you can specialize in different classes. You aren't just tied to a single class, which is good. That's obviously good because it gives you a lot different choice and all of that kind of stuff. You know, more choice is always good. But yeah, that's interesting. You can actually go into different classes then, it seems. Pretty interesting. Okay, this one is a paladin.
Together we stand.
So she's a paladin. Sword and shield. She's a spirit hunter. What the hell ever that is. And then a Zen archer and a fighter. Even though she's probably not gonna stay with me for too long because I pissed her off by not listening to her. Why do I have fatigue? For some reason I have fatigue. I don't know why, to be honest. Did I pick it up somewhere? Because I don't see it in the combat log at all. So where did I actually get fatigue? I have no idea. Because it's bad. Fatigue fucking reduces your strength and dexterity by 2. So you lose 4 stats on each and every one of your characters. So it would be really helpful if I could just know where the hell did I pick the fatigue up from. But okay, I guess I'm not gonna be able to find out. So she's a paladin. I can choose to keep all of the classes as they are, or I can make the paladin into a cleric, or I can make the spirit hunter, whatever that is, into like a ranged character as well, if I really wanted to. You know, you can really do just about anything that you want to. Since you can select different classes, you know, when you level up, you can choose one class to stay with one class, or you can select multiple. Aura of Courage. A paladin is immune to fear. Each ally within 10 feet of her gains +4 moral bonus on saving throws against fear, but 10 feet, that's not a lot. Like my auras of the Inquisitor are 30 feet. And this one is only 10 feet, so that's pretty low, to be honest. That's not a lot of range, to be honest. I honestly don't know if I want to keep this one as a paladin. I don't think the paladin is super useful, to be honest. Lay on hands. Paladin can heal wounds by touch. Each day she can use the ability a number of times equal to half her paladin level plus her charisma modifier. With one use of the ability, a paladin can heal 1d6 for every 2 paladin levels he possesses. Using this ability is a standard action. Blah blah blah. So yeah, a paladin can heal a little bit. That will be pretty useful on level 2. She can do the healing. That's not too bad. I guess we can make her a level 2 paladin then. I don't see why not. And then here, altering this value will disable automatic level up for this character for the remainder of the game. Yes, well, I don't want them to automatically level up. I want to choose what my characters do. So, athletics is pretty poor, but that's really only poor because of the armor. I mean, the banded mail removes 6 athletics. So to be honest, it's because of that I am so poor with the athletics. So my main character pretty much kicks everyone's asses in all of these different things, and will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. So really I can just make this guy into something that I don't have already, basically. So the use magic device is very low on all of my characters, and on this one it's actually +2. So I guess I can make this character a use magic device character then. I think that will be pretty good, even though it depends on charisma score. So what is this character's charisma? I will have to check that out, because it depends on charisma. Then it doesn't help me if I put a lot of stuff on this character with low charisma then. Let me have a look. I think I should put a little bit on mobility, perhaps. I don't really see any other benefits that I would gain. Well, all of my stuff needs to be at least skill level 1, so that's something that I definitely need to do. All of them should be skill level 1 at least. I'm gonna take one away from there and add one on there. Then I just want to look at my charisma. 15 charisma, that's actually quite a lot. In fact, it's the highest in the entire party. So yeah, I can definitely make this character be my use magic device character. So that one is done. Shaman, Spirit Hunter. Okay, so she is a shaman. This hex grants the shaman a +2 natural armor bonus to AC. Blah blah blah. How long does a hex last, I wonder? I'm not really sure. I would be interested in knowing. Does it last for a long time? What? A shaman learns a number of magical tricks called hexes, which grant her powers. Blah blah blah. Shaman can select from hexes, blah blah blah. Using a hex is a standard action that doesn't provoke an action of opportunity unless otherwise noted. A saving throw, blah blah blah. So, how long does the hex last? That's what I want to know. I want to know, how long does the hex last? It doesn't say here. Literally, it doesn't say. So is it a permanent thing or what? Because I mean, how can it be permanent? The shaman cannot select a hex more than once unless otherwise noted. Well, I don't understand. Is a hex a spell? Or what? Can I use it multiple times? Do I have any hexes right now?
What's on your mind? I wonder.
No, it doesn't seem like I have any hexes. I don't have any hexes that I can use right now. So, how do I know then? Let's have a look at the encyclopedia. Perhaps the encyclopedia will tell me about hexes. No, I'm not seeing anything. I'm looking under magic. I'm really not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything here regarding hex. Not seeing anything here. Like this is once again, I said it previously, the encyclopedia is useless if either it doesn't cover the stuff, the basic stuff like hexes, and previously I searched for another term which I also couldn't find, or if you simply can't find the thing that you're looking for. And I think obviously it's difficult to find stuff using this encyclopedia because there's no search bar, and additionally I think a lot of the stuff is simply not covered in the encyclopedia, like hexes and like the previous thing that I couldn't find either. I can't remember, but I searched for something previously earlier in the video as well, and I couldn't find it. So I don't know what hexes are. I don't know how long hexes last. They're literally not telling me, which is a little bit irritating. I mean, I just want to know what are hexes? Do they expire? Or what the hell? So that's pretty infuriating, to be honest. I don't know what hexes are. I don't know how long they last. I don't know if it will be good to continue going down the shaman path or if a shaman is fucking useless. It's just stupid. Why can't they simply give you that information? Because I'm leaning towards not being a spirit hunter, because you seemingly don't get a lot of benefit from it. As easy as that. Not being a spirit hunter seems like the right thing to do, to be honest. So I'm gonna spend a little bit of time to level up these 3 remaining characters, since once again it's gonna take quite some time, and then I will be back with you guys in just a couple of seconds. Okay, so I'm done with the leveling up. I made this girl, instead of being a shaman, because I don't know what hexes do, and I can't figure it out, I made her a bard, so she will be a bard from now on, and she will buff my entire party. Then I made this guy a level 2 Zen Archer, this one level 2 Fighter, this one level 2 Paladin, and then I am of course level 2 Judge Inquisitor. So all of them are staying exactly the same as what they were, except the shaman is gonna become a bard from now on. So with that being done, is there anything that I can do around here? I guess I need to go to the hut for resting. Let's have a look. There's some stuff that I can loot around here. So nice of them to allow me to loot whatever I want in the village.
This is my time to shine. How cute!
Once again, no dialogue. Okay, what kind of business proposition? Must find a route back to the surface. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. I shall pay you 1,000 gold coins. That's pretty good. 2,000. Let's try for 2,000. Success. 2,000. Money first. Blah blah blah. All my wealth is on the surface. Deal. Yeah, that's pretty good. I just secured myself a 2,000 gold quest. And all I need to do is clear a path to the surface. That shouldn't be too difficult since I'm in any way heading towards the surface.
So exciting!
So yeah, guys, I don't know. I've pretty much seen what I wanted to see. I mean, the combat is your pretty much straightforward type of game. Pretty much exactly the same as Divinity Original Sin 2 and a handful of other games as well. It uses the D20 dice roll system, which I am not a fan of, but it works. I do not like the spell system, this whole thing of you only being able to cast a single spell per day and then having to rest after that. I'm not a fan of that at all, even though some spells don't work that way. The majority of them do. So I'm not a fan of that at all. You can get around that by doing what I'm doing and not having a single spellcaster in your party. You can get around it that way. Since in my opinion, spellcasting will be severely inferior in this game to ranged combat or melee combat with a weapon. Like, I am a bow character and my bow character can just let fly one after another arrows, and I can constantly do pretty good damage. Let me just read here. Rest as time passes, your characters become tired and less effectively, act less effectively. You can see this by the fatigue and exhaustion condition icons on their portraits. This is why they need regular rest. During a rest, all characters restore a portion of their lost hit points. Spellcasters also replenish their spells. The rest also helps you get rid of some of the negative conditions. Resting takes at least 8 hours. Okay, so are you telling me that literally, for instance, if I go AFK in the game for 10 hours or whatever, and I come back, will my characters then be fatigued? Is that what you're telling me? Let's have a look at fatigue. The encyclopedia has to have fatigue. I mean, if it doesn't have fatigue, then that would just be hilarious. But that is totally possible. So far, we haven't been able to find a single thing that we were actually looking for. So it is totally possible that the encyclopedia simply does not have fatigue covered in here. Let's have a look. I'm not seeing F anywhere. I'm looking at FFF. I'm not seeing fatigue anywhere. So yeah, I'm not seeing fatigue. Are you telling me that fatigue... the rest, here we go. Okay, that doesn't tell me anything from what I literally just read in that pop-up. It doesn't tell me how fatigue is acquired. How do you get fatigued? And I'm looking for fatigue. I'm not seeing it anywhere. I'm not seeing it, not seeing it. Rest. Blah, blah, blah. Rest, that doesn't tell me anything. None of this tells me anything about how fatigue is acquired. And yeah, I don't see anything about fatigue at all. So that's literally 0 for 3 right now. At 3 different times I have been looking for things in the encyclopedia, and 3 times in a row I have not been able to find what I was looking for. I mean, that's pretty pathetic, to be honest. They really need to back up their encyclopedia, because 100% of the times so far that I've been trying to find something, I have been unable to find it in the encyclopedia. So it's pretty evident that this encyclopedia is fucking useless. So, anyway, the combat is fine. I don't have a problem with the combat. The graphics is fine. I don't have a problem with the graphics. I would like to be able to zoom out more. That's one thing that is quite irritating, to be honest. I am right now zoomed out at the maximum amount, and it is not good in my opinion. It's not enough. I need to be able to see more of the battlefield. So I don't like the fact that you can't zoom out more. I don't like the fact that the full screen borderless windowed mode does not in fact work. What else is there? Let me have a think. I also don't like the fact that you can't see the spells that your character is going to be able to use in the character creator. You can only see that at the very end of the character creator, once you've spent like 20, 30, 40 minutes creating your character. That's the only time that you can see what spells you are going to be able to use. So that's very inefficient. There's a couple of other things that I don't like about the character creator. Stuff like what I showed you guys, where some of the descriptors are literally blank. So some of these things are literally blank, not showing you anything. So that's either a bug or simply something that the devs forgot to include in the game. So that's not good. But overall, the character creator is a little bit lacking, to be honest. I totally love the fact that you get so much choice. There's so many classes, so many different races, sub-races, religions, deities. Honestly, I love all of that. I really like the fact that there's so many different classes to choose from. There's like fucking 20 different classes to choose from, and 10 different races with probably 20 different sub-races. And I mean, there's just so much to choose from. Your actual character differs a lot from the other classes. So that is something that I really, really like. There's a nice amount of weapon variety, quite a lot. There's over 20 different types of weapons. That's also very good. So I really don't have any problem with the huge amount of variance and choice that they give you with regards to creating your character. That's fantastic. It's simply the actual character creator that is lacking in many aspects. While creating my character, I simply felt that there's something missing. It's not easy to use, it's not user friendly. It could simply be a lot better. And the fact that the character creator uses 100% of my graphics card, my 1070 GTX graphics card, while being in the character creator is abysmal. That's ridiculous. I mean, you should not be using 100% of your graphics card whilst in a menu which is literally like this. Not even with a pre-rendered thing. It's like this. Literally this. The character creator is like this. And it uses fucking 100% of my GPU, which is insane. I have no idea how the developers managed to actually do that, how they accomplished that. So that's another thing that I don't like. One of the biggest thing, probably the biggest thing in the game that I don't like is the fact that the entire game is not voiced. At the beginning, I was very impressed with the amount of voicing that there is. And now that we're a little bit deeper into the game, we see that in fact the entire game is not voiced. In fact, for the past 20 minutes or so of playing, I didn't get any voiced lines. So it seems only the beginning part of the game is voiced, or perhaps just the main quest, like the main quest will probably be voiced, and all of the side quests is not voiced. And I mean, that's pretty fucking ridiculous, considering that you're gonna spend probably 40 hours or so on the main quest, and all of the other 100 or so hours of side quests and side activities will not be voiced. That's pretty ridiculous, to be honest, and that's really my biggest issue with the game. The fact that not everything is voiced, and in fact, on the whole, not a lot of stuff is voiced. So the minority of stuff in the game is not voiced, and the majority or the minority of stuff is voiced, and the majority of the game is not voiced. And that's simply gonna put me off not playing the game, because I don't like reading a lot, and this game has a shitload of reading, to be honest. Another problem that I mentioned right at the beginning of the video is the fact that they are charging $50 for the game, which is honestly, from what I've seen so far, difficult to justify that cost when you compare it with Divinity Original Sin 2. I mean, it's inevitable that you are going to compare Divinity Original Sin 2 to this game, and I simply can't see why I would buy this game over Divinity Original Sin 2. Even that other game, what was that? Pillars of Eternity. Even Pillars of Eternity, in my opinion, is a better game than this game. And Pillars of Eternity and Divinity Original Sin 2 are both below $50. And that's even not considering the season pass and the $20 commander pack that you can buy as well for this game. So if you want all of the content in the game, the full game is gonna cost you $90. $90 fucking dollars. And honestly, I can't even justify paying $50 for this game. Never mind $90. Why would you pay $90 for this game? Why? Like, you can get Divinity Original Sin, you can get Pillars of Eternity, you can get like all of the fucking games that are in this genre for $90. So why would you pay $90 for this game? And to be honest, why would you pay $50 for this game? When, like I said, there's simply better games out there. they might not be, they might not play better. I will admit that this game plays pretty well. The combat, there's nothing wrong with the combat, the movement, the pause system, all of that stuff, the graphics, all of that stuff is totally fine. I don't have any problem with that. It's really just the fact that the majority of this game is not voiced. That's a massive issue. The character creator is clunky. It's quite clunky, to be honest. So I don't like that, to be honest. And yeah, to be honest, I just I can't think why I would want to pay $50 for this game. I just don't see it. Like I said, believe that there is a lot of content in this game. The previous game, Night, no, not Night, Kingmaker, the previous game, Kingmaker, you would spend in excess of 120 hours to complete that game. So this game will definitely be the same. It will also be around 100 hours of gameplay that you're gonna have to invest in order to complete the game. But what does it help you if you're gonna have to read for 100 hours or more? And what does it help you if the gameplay is not that fun? I mean, it's fine adding 100 hours of gameplay in your game, but if you're gonna spend the majority of that time not really enjoying the game as much as you would perhaps in a game like Divinity Original Sin 2, then I just don't see the point. I just don't see how I can justify it. Now, that's not saying that the game is bad. The game is clearly not bad. The game is good. The game is totally playable. In fact, I have enjoyed the past 2 hours or so of the game, obviously excluding the parts where I was simply staring at the character creation screen, reading all of the different stuff, looking at the different stats and spells and attributes and perks and all of that shit. I literally spent about 2 hours doing that. So yeah, the past 2 hours or so of actual gameplay have been fun, and not super fun, but it has been fun. And I can't say that the game is bad. I certainly can't say that. It isn't a bad game. But the point of my review is to tell you whether or not the game, in my opinion, is worth $50. Whether you would want to spend $50 on this game instead of spending that money on another game. And like I said, I simply cannot justify spending $50 on this game. Personally, I would much rather spend $50 on another game. Like, for instance, I actually recently played another game, Wasteland 3. And Wasteland 3 is pretty much exactly like this game. It's a party-based game. So you have a party of people. It's turn-based. It's a RPG, so you have stats, you have characters, you have classes, you have different stuff that you can equip on your characters. It's simply not set in like a medieval ancient times, you know. There's guns and stuff like that. So obviously this game does not have guns. Also, there's not magic. So in Wasteland 3, there's no magic. It's literally almost set in a Fallout type world. But I really enjoy that game. It's pretty much exactly the same as this game. Like I said, it's simply in another setting. The setting is different. The environment is different. And you also don't use the D20 dice roll system in that game. And then, I mean, like I said, Divinity Original Sin 2, honestly, that game is absolutely worth $50. I would also say that Wasteland 3 is worth $50, and it's the same genre as this game. Pillars of Eternity, I'm not a massive fan of. It's certainly not as good as Divinity Original Sin 2, but Pillars of Eternity is exactly the same as this game, and it's lower than $50. It doesn't use the D20 system either. What other games are there? There's another game, Baldur's Gate 3. Actually, Baldur's Gate 3 released relatively recently. It's still in early access, but Baldur's Gate 3 is absolutely worth $50. Absolutely. And certainly once it fully releases, then it would be even more so worth $50. The graphics are fantastic. Everything is just amazing about that game. I'm actually really looking forward to playing Baldur's Gate 3 once it fully releases. So I would absolutely recommend that you pay $50 for Baldur's Gate or Divinity Original Sin 2 or Wasteland 3 or Pillars of Eternity even. But to be honest, all of those games simply outshine this game. And yeah, to be honest, if $50 is a lot for you, then I simply can't recommend that you buy this game. There are simply better games out there. Now, if you've played all of those games, if you've played all of those games, like even XCOM 2, you can compare XCOM 2 to this game. It's also turn-based, it's also fantastic graphics, all of that stuff. It's simply not based on the D20 system, but otherwise you can still customize your characters, you still have a party, all of that stuff. It's essentially the same game. It's simply set in a different universe. I would absolutely recommend paying $50 for XCOM 2 or any of those other games that I mentioned. But if you've played all of those games, if you've literally played XCOM 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Wasteland 3, Baldur's Gate 3, and Pillars of Eternity, then perhaps you can buy this game. Perhaps then, yes. If you're looking for something new and unique, well, not really unique, but if you're looking for something different, then sure, this isn't a bad game. But like I said, I can't justify $50. I don't like the fact that the game has a $20 pay to win pack, quote unquote, DLC that you can buy. There's simply no point in it being pay to win. I don't know why they made it pay to win. It's a little bit infuriating, to be honest. And I certainly can't recommend that you pay $90 for the game, which is the full price of the game. That's how much all of the content in the game will cost you. So, yeah, to be honest, I can't justify the $50 price tag, and I certainly can't justify the $90 price tag. Perhaps somewhere down the line, the game will be on sale for $25, perhaps $30. I guess I could recommend this game if it costed $25 or $30. Then yeah, if you can get it for that price, then yeah, you can go ahead and buy the game. You will definitely get your money's worth out of the game. But unfortunately, as it is, I can't recommend this game for $50. So yeah, guys, that's pretty much it. Thanks a lot for watching, as always. Thanks a lot to the developers for providing me with a key for the purposes of this review. And as always, it would be really appreciated if you could head over to my Patreon page to support me on Patreon. It really helps me a lot to buy more games, the games that I actually do pay for, since I don't get all of my games for free. It helps me to buy more games and do more game reviews for you guys. So yeah guys, that's pretty much it. Thanks a lot for watching, and I will see you guys next time.